Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. And greetings, family. You're here with Bomani Tyehimba and Kala Genesis. And family, we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and nationhood. So, family, we are back. We're back at it again. Bomani and Kala Genesis are ready to give you a real Pan-African subjects, keeping it relevant, keeping it about nation building, keeping it about Black economics. So, family, tonight our topic is: Are rich Black entertainers for Black power, corporate economics, and investment? The Afrikstan Analysis.
No. So you want me to
So,
start off?
answer is yeah, and the direct answer is more than likely no. But then we're doing an Afrikstan analysis, so fam, we
Right.
definitely get into why we're gonna say no, and go into the details and information. But before we continue, family, I just want to show you all of our upcoming information on our Africa Tours and Investment Journey of a Lifetime coming up. This is still in the beginning of 2023, and this has been one of the incredible years. This is literally year number 19, traveling to Africa from 2004 until now. 10 countries, over 30 something journeys, and just always want to encourage more of us to get into the world of connecting to Africa, even if you're doing it without having to go to Africa immediately, because the studying part always make it relevant. The more you can study the history, the connection, the better you can make your connection into Africa. But when we're talking about Africa and talking about making these connections, it's all about one thing. And I'm gonna literally just get back to what we posted a little while ago, family. That's it. It's about Black power, cooperative economics, and investment. So if you're talking all of these things and going to Africa and you're dealing with Black people and you're not, you don't feel like it's your it's your social responsibility to invest in your own people and do things with your own people. You couldn't be more wrong. There's no way around it. Once we elevate ourselves, whether you come from the dirt hood or you come from certain place, because most of us are 1, 2 generation from certain lifestyle. And so if we so-called coming up or we so-called putting ourselves in a better position, then where's the direction to connect our people? So what I want to do, family, is show you a schedule and just talk about our program in Africa, because one thing about the show we talk about is practicality. Everything that we practically talk about, we try to show you, let you know that this is our experience, this is the world that we live in. We're not just talking from a standpoint of people who just talk stuff and have no experience, or people who talk stuff and never put the work into Black organization and Pan-African nation building. So let me.
Also, Bomani, I want to show tonight.
All right, go ahead.
Of the McKinsey thing. We're gonna put that. I'll send that to you. So we're gonna show what Black Power nation building infrastructure looks like. Okay, the McKinsey Group. Their family. I'm gonna read it. When you put it up there, I'm gonna read it. They have a family of almost 150 years of nation building the Black community in America. There's this myth going around that Black people in America didn't build anything. Black people were responsible a lot of times for building on roads, our own churches, our own public buildings, and stuff like this. And the McKinsey Group has been in the forefront of that. We used to have to build our own section of the city. How do you think Black Wall Street was built? That was built by Black hands.
There you go,
so
brother, and that's a perfect point. So definitely, once we get there, we can just expand into those details.
Yeah.
And and like my brother was saying, literally, you're talking about building generational business, generational connection for your children, so your children can have employment and opportunities. So when we're talking about the things that people like myself are involved in, just going from the corporate world to this building 3 Black power business, and just being real about it, that those businesses were built in the intentions and in the energy of your family, your child, your people, so we can have something together, because we can't expect everybody else to go out there and build empires and then create jobs for us. I mean, I know that's the thing that we love as a people, that you can go get a good job and get a good job on the plantation, a good career going. But at the same time, too, after a while, you do have to evolve, and then when you do evolve, what are you going to be leaving for your children? I had to think about those things while I was working working in the U.S. Navy, and working in the corporate world at the airlines as an aircraft technician. And it's one of the things where, even though you're building business, you go into a certain path, you realize that sometimes you have to give up certain things to be able to build something greater, and the thing that you end up building greater may not exactly be a simple thing to go through. So, family, as I talk about this 19 years of 19-year connecting to Africa, this Africa tour and investment schedule 2023 represent year number 7 or season number 17. Year number 17 and season number 17. I should say directly. And it's important to share that information with you because a lot of times we get involved in things and we don't do it to the highest level, and we don't do it to where it stand the test of time, and we don't do it to where we can create the generational opportunities. So along with what I'm talking about, when me and Kala get back and we're explaining, that's what we're here to connect you with, because we're getting tired of people praising all of these idols that do nothing for us as a people, that that's only this you know this basically to psych us out and make it seem like they're about certain things, but that's they have to actually show that to you. So I'm always asking people, what has these people done for you lately? Right. So, family, this historical journey. So this year number 17, that means we had 16 beautiful years from 2006 to 2022, and we spent those years uh, organizing over 600 brothers and sisters across the African diaspora, and putting us more in a connection to share and enjoy a journey to Africa. But beyond sharing and enjoying the journey to Africa, you're building Black Power relationships where you're encouraging us to connect together, work together. And sometimes it has to start out from there in the grassroots. So even when we talk about our community, the Black Star Pan-African community, I'm telling people that it's been literally just over 3 years. And before the 3 years, it was a vision to this get there. And, I tell people, when you do these things, you're talking about it takes years to really put in place, and the more we work together to put the work in, the better we can have something together. So these aren't just personal business of ours, it's expanded into things where we can connect the rest of us. So we're getting ready to head to Senegal, and as I look up, it's next month. So that's Senegal and Gambia. That's March 30th to April 9th. So this schedule is live up on our website at africafortheafricans.org. And also, when you look down at the bottom, you'll see the scrolling topic that's going by, or I should say, scrolling details that list all the countries that we're going to in Africa, as my phone number, email address, and website. So always telling people, just reach out. One of the things we pride on is documentation. You literally have all information up front to where you can process it and make certain decisions, and you can always reach out to me, and especially if you read through the information, and we can have a dialogue and go through details. And that's the difference in myself versus others. And I'm here at my office throughout the week, working on multiple things, make myself available at the highest level so we can communicate. So this is my dedication to my brothers and sisters, to connect them to Africa on an incredible journey and open their minds up to living, doing business, and investing. And it starts by us just being organized. So when you look at the website, the Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and so on, you see documentation. When you do Google search, whether it's for Africa for the Africans or myself, Bomani, you see a decade and a half plus of information that just pops up. Longevity, consistency, and we pride in that, because that's how we're going to build true Black cooperative economics. After our Senegal and Gambia schedule, we're there in Ghana, May 24th to June 5th. Then Rwanda, July 20th to the 30th. Tanzania, November 16th to the 27th. And they're closing out the year with South Africa, December 24th to January 4th. And then we start off the year number 2024 with an incredible Liberia, March 29th to April 9th, 2024 schedule. So the countries that I have not been to is Rwanda and Liberia. That would make country number 11 and 12. And regardless if I've been to, because at one point, all these countries that I have on the list I didn't go to, but we don't let that stop us. We actually just have people in different countries, which is after you do these a few times, you know how to work with people and build a tour crew. And then you and your group, you get there, and then everything is in place, and you enjoy that journey, and you build upon that energy, and you build those relationships, and then you just keep on networking and enterprising. So later on in 2024, this is not on the itinerary, not on the website. We're looking at Ghana, July 2024, and then Egypt, November 2024. So these are things that you have to just work on and make sure schedules are good and things work. You can't just throw schedules up and things like that. You have to. It's an art to this. So that's what I'm telling you, family. Once you're on our website and you click on any of the tour links, you'll see full details of overview, itinerary, visa information if your visa is required, preparation details, general terms, and just a connection to let you know that, hey, these are information to just get you clearer before you make a commitment, because that's what we're about, family. We're about showing a high level of respect to each other, because it's one of those things where we got to get more or get back more into, which is us being about the business. Yet your background is it's playing some audio, so I just muted you. So back to what we're talking about, family. Again, we're talking about our rich Black entrepreneurs or entertainers, I should say, for Black Power, cooperative economics, and investment, or are they about something else? So this is the Afrikstan Analysis, and we're going to get deep into it. And as I talk about Black Power, cooperative economics, let me get one of the favorite books right here and make sure it's not glaring. Here we go, coming up, there we go. You should be able to see this nice and smooth, family, right? So this is the blueprint for Black Power, a moral, political, and economic imperative for the 21st century. Amos Wilson. So back in the 20th century, Amos Wilson wrote this, not saying that it's like 100 years ago, so it's not, because you're talking about the 90s. So, but that's what we're talking about, the focus of this being about us and being about how we can make the future a better future for our children and our people, and understanding that it's our social responsibility to do these things. So we have a few videos we're gonna play and analyze, but beyond that, family, the Black cooperative economics for me personally is organizing a group of brothers and sisters, and then you putting your money together and you economically building something that's gonna help support and be reinvested back into Black people, Black community, Black establishment, Black connections. So even when we have people looking to get into some of these business that we do, like especially the Africa tour business, it's always a tricky one. Most people spend their time literally just basically spending all of their money at European, American / other brands of hotel, even though they have the option for the local or the Black brand. Because not all local brands are like basic hotels. We have some of our people in different countries that have established a great operation as far as lodging, hotels, and resorts. The issue sometimes is the lack of us supporting them, because it's we're always pushing that energy like the white people ice. It's colder, or what everyone else has is much better than what we have. But if we keep going that route, we'll never build anything as a people, and that's just being real. And so everything about myself is always about that. So if I take you somewhere, I'm not saying that 100% of the places that we stay in, the countries we stay at, all the hotels are Black, because that's that would be nice, but I'm not going to say it's impossible. But we're pretty much up there in the numbers, and over the years, you make certain adjustment, but we still have to push for that. An example, when we also get into the different countries, I do understand that sometimes you have nice Indian, Chinese, and Lebanese restaurants and things like that, but at the same time too, now what about our people from the African diaspora, from Jamaica, from America, that have made their way to the African continent and build beautiful Jamaican restaurants, or this the culture of America, restaurant that represent the culture of America. It's very important. So I'm one of them people throughout the time frame, and I've showed it, when we do these videos, you're showing the connection, you're showing Black people connecting with other Black people and putting Black dollars in Black hands. And so if these things are not a priority, family, I don't know what is a priority, but we're not going to be able to build much without the situation. So Kala's gonna come in there and light it up, and let me know where you want to set it off from, my brother. This is just me giving a nice introduction to keep to build the flow.
Yeah, I wanted to first say Happy Black History Month. It was Black with her last couple, but we didn't really honor that. So tonight I'm going to talk about contemporary Black America. What historically what Black empowerment looked like back in the days, right? Versus what it looks like now. Okay. Back in the days, Black empowerment meant that we having communities, we had empowerment, where somebody basically did something good. It was for the good of the community, right? And we held each other accountable, right? If you were a sellout, right, and if something that wasn't building the community, was tearing the community down, we rejected you. We had control over the icons that came out of Black America, okay? Even if a white person wanted to put somebody on, Sammy Davis Jr. knew he had to be relevant with the Black community at all times. He had to speak up for Black issues. He had to invest in Black communities. For example, there was the first Black casino in Las Vegas called the Moulin Rouge. Now, here's the thing. Sammy Davis Jr. once said that a lot of the Black entertainers stayed at the Moulin Rouge because that was the only place that was given to them, right? And then when integration happened, right, and they go Black casinos went down. So he said, look, a couple of people said, look, let's still go to the Moulin Rouge. And there was a pressure during that time period. So, okay, you got integration now. We got segregation's over, Civil Rights Act and everything. We have integration. We don't need the Moulin Rouge no more and whatnot. That's what his president said. No, we still got a responsibility. He said he noticed that when we had to go to these things, we communicate with each other. We were friendly with each other. We did business together and stuff like that, because we were forced to think. It's a shame that we don't love ourselves enough that say, let's do this for ourselves without having to be forced into doing it, okay? And so therefore, like we had the Negro Leagues, before Jackie Robinson. Would Jackie Robinson go into the major? Was that a real thing? Let's talk about Black history. Let's do this thing tonight, Before that, do you know Black people were amassing millions of dollars with those Negro Leagues? Black people was taking their money, going to see Black entertainment, fellowshipping, socialization is important to a people, okay? Some people, they were carpooling. They were doing all stuff like that. They were bus rides, everything. They were selling hot dogs, peanuts, and Cracker Jacks, and all this stuff like that at these things. Black people had a good time and everything. And white people said, wait a minute here. The number of Black people going to the ball games as packing stadiums like the white people. What's going on here? So they had a grand idea. They said, look, even before World War II, right? Because that's when they put the program of integration. It wasn't about integration. It was about dismantling Black America. That's all it was about. Dismantling Black America. So they basically said, something? We had this Garvey. First of all, they wrote Marcus Garvey out of history. If you go to any encyclopedia, right? The NAACP integrationists and all the people are given 4 or 5 pages in the encyclopedia. Marcus Garvey is reduced to a 3-inch paragraph. He came here, he spoke about stuff. He didn't like light-skinned people, he didn't like white people and everything. He caused rifts between Black people in the Caribbean and everything like that, Finally, Black America decided they wanted to be Americans, right? And Garvey was deported because he was a criminal. End of story.
Wow, was it that simple?
That's basically that's what they were doing. So while you out there talking about
our greatest Pan-African revolution,
while we sitting there talking about Marcus Garvey, the white man who controls the narrative, right, got him down to 1 paragraph and dismissed the history, and they blow up all these other people like they did so much, and so therefore that's what we have to talk about. It's like, what is Black power? What is the interest? Garvey talked about Black cooperative economics and all the stuff like this, and building an economic infrastructure, building nations, going to Africa, building new states and whatnot. Manifest destiny. Our manifest destiny was returning and building Africa up and whatnot. That's what we should be focused on. Garvey said, where's your industrial base? It can't be happening in America. You're just labor here. Where's your man of big affairs? It has to be basically saying the Black man has to govern the African continent. He has to build his kingdom, his empire on the African continent. That's what Garvey talked about. And then you got the Marxists, and these people are here. Let me tell you something, bro, I am ready to get down tonight. Let me tell you something, folks. If you want to hear the Kala Genesis raw, this is going to be raw tonight because I'm going to piss people off. I'm going to upset people, and I'm going to tell it like it is, right? Because that's the only way I know how to do it. Black America has been undermined by neo-Marxists, communists, and all these other people, right? These people, they say, well, why does the communists always are dismissive of Black economics, right? Real Black economics and everything, right? And the communists, right, and the people, the communists and the Marxists in Black America have no effect on the Jay-Z's and Beyonce's because everybody look at them like crazy. But they do have an effect on people who are trying to do Black businesses, Black banks, and stuff like that, because they'll say, "Oh, that's capitalist, capitalist." So you and in the layman's term, we're like, "Oh man, that must be evil." Us pulling our money together and stuff like us capitalism. What they want is this: if Black people do not build economic wealth, that justifies and makes it clear that they have to have their coveted communist world revolution. You know. Now, the one thing that the Black Marxists and communists hate is Black success. They hate Black progress. They're dismissive. They'll say, "Oh, those are bougie niggas. They're moving around the Black." Yeah, they're going out. They're getting jobs. They're getting education, like everybody, like a normal human being, right? The communists want an overturn of the system, and to this day, they always try to use Black. That's why I put up on my Facebook, Black people winning. Black people every day that open up businesses you won't never see. You know, Black people, young Black people are doing amazing things in America, but it's not talked about. Why? Because the communists and all these other Black people who want this revolution in America, like that. You know, this rainbow, new, non-gender, non-class, which is not realistic. But the thing is, though, I like I always say, they don't have anything to say about Jay-Z, Beyonce, and everybody like that, because they know they really can't do anything. Like the white man always going to have certain Black people that are on top making a lot of money and everything, right? The rest of us have to sit back and live vicariously through them. Now, getting back to like the Negro Leagues and stuff like that, there were Black people who were this idea of Black people not being businessmen. Do you know that we had a thing called the Chitlin Circuit? That Black people would have would distribute our own movies and films throughout America, right? And they would sell tickets, and it was a basis of Black businesses in America. And we had our own, when Black people sold insurance, what I do for a living, Black people only buy from other Black insurance salesmen and stuff like that. We kept our money in Black banks and institutions and everything. And also the funeral home business. There's one thing in Black America that we historically is, even during slavery, when we die, we didn't let the white man touch our body. He would have the slaves go bury each other, have the thing. So we turned that into a business, you know, the funeral home, being an undertaker and stuff like that, because everybody got to die, you know. Do you know now, over the last 20 years, white businessmen have taken over the funeral business in Black America? They saw there's money in it because of life insurance policies and claims and everything, and buying caskets is a big business right now. Now the Black funeral home business, we got a couple over here in Norfolk and Portsmouth that's still Black owned, right? But most Black people don't get buried by Black owned because white people is coming there and they got the resources and everything. They even took that from us. So the basic things, you know, funeral homes, life insurance, basic entertainment, all stuff that used to sustain us and made us sort of independent, you know, owning property, owning a house, you know, renting out house to people, you know. In the South, we used to have people that have land. They will like build like 4 or 5 houses on that land, like a homestead, right? And rent them out to people, you know. People come in. We never, it's back in the days, we didn't need no damn Section 8. We had our own damn Section 8. You go live in such and such house, you know. But when we left the South and everything like that, we came to the North, it was a whole different culture. You know, we used to know how to sustain ourselves. Black people, another thing is this. White people didn't, how do you get Black people to stop selling watermelons, right? Black people, the first really Black wealth post-Civil War was Black people were selling watermelons. They would grow patches, sell them, distribute them and stuff like that. That was Black economics, you know? But what they did was, through movies and everything, they mocked us. You know, Black people watermelon, eating watermelon and everything. And so we shied away from them. You got these uppity bourgeois Negroes, I don't eat no watermelon. I'll eat watermelon. Watermelon's goddamn good, you know? You know, I love putting some watermelon, you know? I was at that one time too. I'm around my white friends and whatnot. They pull out the watermelon, they're like, oh, you eat? I said, I don't eat watermelon. I don't eat watermelon. I'm a new Negro and whatnot, you know? I was like that when I was a kid too, and I was around my white friends. I didn't want to eat watermelon. I was embarrassed about it, you know? But those things, they shamed us into taking over. And so therefore, all these things that basic things that people, what we had at one time, you know, are gone. And now the question is this. Now when people, Black America have settled on, okay, we became like a working class. We got skills and we gave up business and everything. We just got good jobs. A lot of people got good salaries. So like, we don't want to bother with economics and everything like that. Now, Black people are looking into getting into business and everything because everybody was about getting jobs. In the 60s, everybody was getting those good jobs, everything like that. We want factory jobs. We want professional jobs. We wanted to rise the corporate ladder and everything like that. We didn't care about any Black economy. Fine. Okay. We wanted to be Americans. We didn't care about that. Right. But now, as new immigrants coming in and stuff like that, Americans should jobs overseas. We're saying we have to get into Black business, right? Now we have a magazine called Black Enterprise, right? Black Enterprise showcase Black business, Black talent, and everything like that, right? And it's not really supported by Black America because most Black businesses in America don't really employ Black people. You know, it's usually most Black businesses, like 80% of them, are sole proprietors, you know, one-man operation or family-owned business and everything. I asked a question years ago. I said, have you ever worked for a Black business and you got a payroll check? And some people are like, well, you know, I did. I said, look, I asked you one question. I did a thread on a Ning site when I first got on Ning. I said, how many people ever worked in a Black business, right? And you got a weekly or bi-weekly paycheck? Well, you know, I said, no, I ain't talking about him coming, right, sending his son with a bunch of money and say, I got you on Friday or something like that. How many of you ever worked in a real Black business, right? When you work, right, at the end of the week you got your paycheck. It was right there on time or direct deposit. You know, I was shocked that nobody could answer that question. I had this one girl said, well, my father owned like 3 businesses. Have he ever had a thing where he had a payroll? You know, I have in business now, but my last business I had a medical transport company, ambulance company. I had a payroll. I had a payroll that had to be met every week and everything like that to pay out my drivers and my workers. You know, and I said, do you have a payroll? What does that got to do with that? Because payroll means that you have a bank account, you got money in escrow, you're withholding taxes, and you're listed as a business that's employing people. You're an employer. And say, well, how does a business work? Okay, when you have a business and you got a long term, this is another thing we as Black people have to fight for and have to fight. We have to fight for real, legitimate businesses. Now, I'm not going to knock anybody who's doing their hustle. If you got a little business on the side, you're hustling and everything. But I'm talking about real business where we got employees and we're paying taxes and we're contributing, you know, to the economy. And I just said, well, how does business work? And you go by, a lot of Black people go by businesses, right? And they say, I see a mechanic shop, but I see nobody there. How are they able to stay in business? Because businesses have this thing called business insurance or key business insurance. What that means is, let's say the business is slow, right? Let's say there's no work orders, there's no invoices coming in, right? That business could tap into its insurance. And insurance will pay its payroll, salary, overhead for up to a year till the business starts making money again, sometimes even longer. That's called business insurance. I asked how many Black people know about that. That's how you create generational wealth. You can have a business that basically, let's say the owner dies, whatever like that, and it's in a transition phase, right? There's insurance policies to basically make sure the key people, called key business insurance, look it up. It's paid, it stayed on salary, right? Until the transition, the sales, the merger, whatever like that goes through. I said most often those things are reserved for white people, like second nature. You know, you got a business, they got a contract. White people have businesses where they got contracts and stuff like that for generations. You know, their world is different from ours. Our world is basically working, trying to get this dollar, hustle, handle with this. Let me get this dollar. Their business is business to business, right? Okay, let me give you a perfect example. In Norfolk and Portsmouth, we have the one of the largest shipyards in the world. You know, down there's a lot of secondary businesses that have been there for generations. These businesses basically repair and clean ships. Most of them, if not all of them, are white owned and generationally white owned. And they make a lot of money because they basically get contracts, long-term contracts from the government, private shipping companies, private ships and shipping companies and everything like that to do their cleaning and make sure the vessels run on time. That's a business, okay? They have a job to do, okay? They have management, they have people that do the promotions, make sure everything, they get the latest equipment and everything like that, right? And there's funds that they tap into with their banks and everything. They need more equipment, they need more paint, sprays, whatever they got to do, welding and everything. Here's the thing. Now, one thing a business needs is a steady supply of what? Skilled labor. Now, the black community have, for the most part, supplied the shipping industry, shipyard industry with their skilled labor. They say, well, there's white people. Yeah, the difference is this. Now, the white people will come and they'll get a contract, and they're electricians, they're machinists, and they're high-tech stuff. And although they're working on the same ships and everything like that, they're under a different contract. So they're under a Navy contract. They're on stuff like this, where they're getting paid more. The government's actually subsidizing the white skilled worker, right, with higher wages, higher benefits, higher vacation pay, higher all this stuff like that. I remember I was talking to this one white guy, right? He was an electrician. I know a lot of guys, back in the days, I used to go to a bar, at a hole-in-the-wall bar, and talk to a lot of guys. I went down there drinking and everything like that. You know, Wednesday nights, it's one place I go to. Shots were, all the shots were like $1 a piece. So I said, get there and get bent with these guys, white guys, black guys, roughnecks. They sit there and talk. I hear their stories. And the one black guy, yeah, I'm down there. I'm a machinist, man. I make $18 an hour, whatnot, you know. The white guy just looked at me. He was like, man, you know what I do? He goes, not only do I make, this was back in like 2003, 2004. He said, not only do I make like $50 an hour. I was like, God damn, $50 an hour? He says, I get all the overtime. He goes, I got this vacation pay. I got this benefit right here. I got incentive, right? When we do well, whatnot, I get this extra incentive bonus and everything. So these contracts and everything was set up as a piecemeal. Like we have the civil rights and everything. The whites say, okay, we're going to employ black people, right? But we're going to take the lion's share of the benefits, right? And the black workers, for the most part, right? There was a big uprising down there back in '92 when I first moved here, right? Where the black shipyard workers revolted during the recession, when things slowed down. The white people, basically like that, kept their jobs and everything, and they started laying black people off. And the thing is, though, the black workers down there are not unionized. They're not unionized. Some of them are unionized and everything from out-of-state unions and everything, but it's not really that enforceable in the state of Virginia. And so, therefore, what I'm saying is the black workers, for the most part, right? Things are changing, right? Things are changing. There are some black people who are getting those Cadillac benefits plans, but for the most part, the entry-level black worker, right? Not only that he's not on full time anymore, right? Even though they still need him as welders, basic the hard work down there, right? They're being brought in by staffing services. Now, what is a staffing service? A staffing services covers your payroll, right? So the person down there on the ship that owns the ship repair and the ship cleaning business, right, can just plug into the staffing company, right? He's gonna basically get all this work down there done, right? And let's say he's paying $15, $20 an hour, right? He doesn't have to pay health care. He doesn't have to pay any of that other stuff, right? He just gets the labor. The staffing company is responsible for any sort of benefits and everything. And it's usually a period certain. Now, they say it's supposed to be just like temporarily, just like a year, just like a job and everything. But people go on for like 3, 4, 5 years. Maybe after 5 years, right, they'll keep a couple of more at full time and everything, and they'll work from there. But what I'm trying to say, well, Kala, where are you going on about this? Where I'm going about this is the fact that we have not risen to that level where we have our own industries like that. Now, in Baltimore, back in 1824, do you know there was a black-owned shipbuilding business in America that employed like runaway slaves and freed black people in the city of Baltimore? People don't know that. There was a black African-American-owned shipbuilding, ship repair business, right? That in Baltimore Harbor, in the harbor of Baltimore, that built ships and repaired ships and everything like that. You know, that was 200 years ago. Okay, but over 200 years, we have not progressed to the point where you see that as a commonality. Okay, because no one thinks it's important. No one thinks it's important that the fact that that there's a white man who's making millions of dollars off of you, and you're permanently at the bottom of his social economic order. And say, well, what does that have to do with the topic tonight? Okay, Now, when you look at black businesses that they celebrate now, oh, black business, everything. Jay-Z just did a $3 billion deal with a company, a Bacardi company. I don't know what kind of a gin company, whatever. What does that have to do with black economic progress? Are black people owning some of the supply chains, the trucking company, or any of the distilleries owned by black people? Are we supplying any of the wheat or whatever like that the rum is made out of? Is there anything that goes on that connects the average black person to what Jay-Z is investing? When Jay-Z got Tidal, right? Did any black people benefit from that? No, Jay-Z walked off with millions of dollars, made him a billionaire with Tidal. He used his name, his image to boost it up, to boost up Tidal, as a streaming service, right? Everybody was telling me, oh, Colin, you just a hater, man. I was called a hater. I said, what does that got to do with us? And these are people that call themselves Pan-Africanists. Colin, hey, this is black business. Black man making moves and everything. He's making moves, but Jay-Z was the only chocolate drop in the sea of white people. You seen that picture? You got all these white folks out there and whatnot. I know some of them use the N-word. All white people out there. It's not even the type of white people that be around black people, listen to black music. All these lily white people out there, and Jay-Z's the only black person talking about Tidal. And everybody walk around, yeah, we got Tidal. We got Tidal. We got to freaking stop this nonsense, right? Stop celebrating mediocrity, and I don't know where this is going to lead to, because, if we're not talking about real black economics, everything, if this is what passed for black economics, if 50 cents money he's making off of the stars and everything, if that's not on a black streaming platform, 50 Cent could have found a black streaming platform, right? Promoted that in his series and everything. When you go on Stars, Hulu, how is black people benefit from that? Where's our black-owned streaming channels? Where are they? And so people have blurred the line. I see black people making money. Yeah, there's always gonna be black people making money. Let me tell you that. If you could sell something and market something, yeah, you're gonna make money. But as far as you say, well, why are we not moving any further? Because it's not real black economics.
There you go.
Jews will make sure when they give you a product and everything like that, all the Jews are making money.
Right.
They're all making money from the record industry. They got promoters, distributors, everything, advertise everything. They all control it, and they say, "Here's the product right here. Here you go, nigga. Here's the product." Black people, when you got a product like Sean John, it's a product, but it didn't come from us. It didn't come from black people. So it's funny how PJ said, I want to do something with Black America. The best thing you do for Black America, PJ, is to freaking disappear. Because we heard about it's all about the Benjamin, our Generation X, right? Started that. Master P. I love Master P. You love him. About it. About it. About it. It's about it. I love Master P. But his son, Romeo, got a point. His son, Romeo, said, man, he's robbing people to pay Paul, and I ain't make no money off her. I didn't know that. And Romeo's bitter. And people are like, how dare Romeo say like that, Because you want to believe Master P is this big businessman and everything. If his son is not benefiting, other black people aren't benefiting. Am I shocking you tonight? Am I telling you something that pisses you off? That's good. We got to stop this facade of black business and black success and everything. It's all a freaking facade. If you don't see black-owned supply chains and everything like that without white people interference and everything, if you don't see black people advertising and the black marketing companies and everything that are feeding and stuff like that, you don't see it. You don't see it. We got black-owned media outlets and stuff like that. Do they ever get any of this advertising dollar? Advertising dollar would fuse it. Ebony Magazine barely can get, back in the days, Ebony Magazine could barely get anything, advertising dollars, Other magazines like, oh, yeah, we give Ebony. The only thing you said Ebony was Bacardi and Newport cigarettes, whatever, a couple of things, and some vacation packages.
And those are black-owned, right?
No,
So where's the black people that were supposed to support them?
Yo, your guess is as good as mine. You know,
it's as good as mine. But that's what we're talking about.
That's what we're talking about tonight. You know, Beyonce getting all this money, they ain't gonna helping no black people. You know, and she ain't gonna put no money in no black magazines and stuff like that, or black media outlets selling stuff. She don't need to, because she got a white people distribute her image and her stuff like that around the world. They don't need it. So this idea that, oh, because somebody got millions, what's that got to do with you? You know, what's that got to do with me? Nothing. Kyle, you're a hater. I said, I'm glad for her. You know, I hope that. But here's the thing. These same black people who tell me I'm a hater, right? They'll say, and I get tired of hearing this. Like your boy that called me from England that time. You know, what's the word? Bro? Yeah. He said, yo, but you guys got Jay-Z, Beyonce, you know, all these people. I said, these people don't mean a goddamn thing to the Pan-African movement. Not a damn thing.
No, they don't.
Yeah, if they were, they would be there.
We're happy to see that, you know, people are progressing and being successful, but part of what we talk about, family, you know, I mean, no matter who you are and what, you know, what you've been able to build, you have to give something or invest something, and it can't just be like no, and it can't be no excuse. You just have to make it work.
Yeah. And now somebody said that Michael Blackson said Michael Blackson is a funny motherfucker, right? He says he wants Tyler Perry to build a studio in Ghana, right? But the thing is, he said, well, Tyler Perry's a businessman, right? He's gonna build a studio. But Michael Blackson said, I'll provide the land, but I want half of it. Negro, please. You know? Now let's not get crazy here. You know, we want Tyler Perry to invest in the thing. Give him the goddamn land and whatnot. You let him pay for he can pay you for the land, right? And the bottom line, he has 100% ownership. That he can bring the creativity. But you don't want to start talking about we want to have. Everybody got their hand in it. I want a part two. It don't work like that. You know.
It's a good conversation and a good start. You know, but and even when they do, you know, you want to know if they really truly about, you know, us and truly about building something. So that's where, you know, we have that title, family. And it's a little conflicting.
And the thing is, like, let's talk about Marvel, right?
All
right. Now, Ryan Coogler was given $200 million for the first Black Panther, right?
Awesome movie.
It takes out, he used Tyler Perry Studios. He used a lot of Black and African designers, stuff like that. That was a friggin' Black power move, you know? I have no idea what happened in the 4 years to this next movie that came out, which was garbage, you know?
Yeah, I thought it was going to keep the same flow, you know what I mean? Next, you know, all the men was castrated. And next thing you know, it was like this a black and brown coalition and all these other things. It was one of the worst movies I've ever seen, which goes from a great movie to like a terrible movie.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who said he saw it. He said, I'm going to go see one Conference. And he told me, I'll tell you how it is, right? He said, man, I fell asleep, man. And like I missed like 50 minutes of the movie. He said, man, I fell asleep. It was so boring. When he said he watched at his house. It was on TV.
He didn't love the female empowerment. That was
man. Nobody liked that shit. No,
that was the only thing I would say that was progressive about it.
Shuri throwing Baku across the room and whatnot. It was just a blatantly female. Look, you Black women, we love you, but cut it out. You know, cut it out. You ain't leading shit. You know, you ain't leading nothing. Wow. You know? No, cut it out. Cut it out. You know, stop it. You know. And so one thing people didn't talk about in this next movie was all the designers, all the money, and the stuff like that they did in the first movie. You know, it wasn't talked about because it wasn't there. You know, it wasn't emphasized. The first movie, you know, Black people bought into it because I don't even know did Tyler Perry Studios do this movie? Did anybody know?
Honestly, can't say. Don't even.
But we would have heard about it, right? We would have heard about it, right?
You'd have definitely heard about it. But the thing of it is, I do remember here on my side of town. I do remember there being a Marvel studio. I've never been there, but there's also a few studios in this area.
Right.
So I would be sure they. No, I mean I don't remember any coalition or connection with this a studio in Georgia.
Right. Oh, okay. So that's what I'm talking about, right? So the idea of Black people empowerment, they'll let you entertain, jump and shout and everything, but the idea of Black empowerment, right, which I thought we was on the right track with the first Black Panther movie, right, is all gone.
I mean, that was Black empowerment to the highest level.
The highest level, right? But the Negro, like I said, deadly clowns that have taken over the Pan-African movement. They've taken over the church. They've taken over everything. Now we got deadly clowns running around talking about, yeah, man, that's good, that's good, that's good, that's good. You know, and people telling me, like, just like this stupid idea about the $55 billion and the Biden administration talking about they got exclusive deals for coal. So you're robbing Africa for cobalt or coltan, right? You got kids down there, African children should be in school doing all stuff like that, right? But that because that becomes the face of Black empowerment now. You know, you making a couple of deals and sipping wine with some white people and some elite and everything and getting the payoff and everything, and you going all right, broken deal. That's another thing we're looking out for. I'm looking out for people that are trying to infiltrate the Pan-African movement with the same old. And you're gonna see contracts like, how the hell that happen? You know, you see no Black people down there building. You see the Chinese and Lebanese, every place else, no Black people, no Black, because somebody got a damn payoff. You know, and we know that that's been going on in Africa for a long time. But I'll be damned if I let Negroes from America think they're going to go to Africa and do the same old. No, African development, everything is not just about, it's all about African and African American economic infrastructure, Black African infrastructure, and empowerment. You know, if it's not about that, it's not real. I don't want it. I'd rather sit there with no infrastructure on a deserted beach and have all these people come there with their stupid nonsense talking about, yeah, well, at least we're getting development. Development for what? Are there any African or Black-owned supply chains? When you start seeing Black-owned companies, I said this years ago, right? You got places like Gary, Indiana, Pittsburgh, and Newark, New Jersey. They got abandoned steel mills that could be refabricated, right? And basically, with the iron ore we got in Africa, we can process the iron ore here in the lime iron ore scrap metal. We got so many tons of scrap metal that's essential to making steel, right? We can get these factories up and running again right here and produce steel here, fabricate it here, and sell it to Africa. Partnership with my vision of a United Africa Steel Corporation. You start out because you can't just start producing steel in Africa because you don't have the market. You have to justify that by having a market. When the African economy start growing and they start building and stuff like this, then they're gonna have they could basically offset the steel and everything that they import and technology imported from China, right? Because they have a consistent, listen to the word, a consistent demand. They could say, look, this is how much we do this year, right? We got growth and everything. We're gonna be at this in 20 years. So that since we got a 20-year projection, right? Then the financiers and everything, we got everything's guaranteed, right? So therefore, like I said, you can go and build factories to supply that 20-year demand, growth and demand. But we cannot do that, right? If we're living in a country where the white man has the upper hand, he has everything, and we can't do anything. We got to sign off everything we do. We got to sign off with the white man. You know, we got to sign off with other people who don't care about our interests, and everything, or don't take us seriously. In other words, we have to tell the world we are dead serious about developing and building and stuff like that. We're not going to live on the world's crumbs anymore. You know, I look at these little Chinese and everybody else coming to Africa, building and stuff like that. You know, these little ass Asians coming there, knocking us upside the head in our own continent. You know, building, exploiting, doing the hell. What the hell is a Black man doing? You know, where's our steel mills? Where's our infrastructure? Where's all the stuff like this? I want to see real Black African infrastructure and development. Anything other than that is just playing games. You know, anything other than that is just playing games. And until that happens, the continent is never going to develop. Then until that happens, right? Until Africa and the Black world get serious about building that infrastructure, don't ask Black people to start coming home to Africa because Africa's not ready yet. When we get on the same page that we're going to build Africa like Marcus Garvey wanted to or not, then you're going to see the Black man in America say yes and wake up. And you're going to see this Pan-African revolution. But as long as Africa is a dumping ground for Europeans and products, and it's tethered to Europe and now tethered to China and all these other people that's bleeding and everything, and we have no way in, it's not going to happen. And I'm not going to pretend it's happening, you know? Say, well, what about Dangote? Dangote, he just built a refinery. Dangote didn't build shit. It was 5 different countries built that refinery with a couple of Nigerians as showpiece, you know. The billions of dollars to take the refinery. Now you say, well, Kyle, we didn't have the thing. Why don't we have the engineering base to build that? Why is these other countries that were behind Africa in the 1950s, why have they got to come to Africa and build something like that? Why is it that we don't have the engineering base throughout the Americas and everything to put together a consortium like the Point Lloyd Group in Southeast Asia to build our own infrastructure? That's Black African power, Black African in development. We don't think like that. We just want a refinery. Okay, you just wasted $20 million, whatever it costs, $20 billion to build a refinery. And why? Because all the supply, the pipes and everything like that. I even see, like, I would even concede that, let's say, like I said, let's talk about a thing. I'm going to give you some education tonight, folks, right? Everything logistically, right? And the Black man has to get to build infrastructure, have to learn what logistics is, right? Logistics means a firm foundation. You have to have point A to point B, point B to point D. That's usually governed by laws, regulations, everything that's like written in stone, right? If A plus B equals C, Z, blah, 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 that's logic, okay? The government laws in every country make sure that logically everything works by law, you know? That's why traffic lights work on time, everything works on time, because logically everything has to work, it has to use a logic. Logic in America, as far as infrastructure, is law. That's why people don't have to worry about when I get to when I land a plane, whatever like that. I don't have to worry about somebody decide they're gonna basically have a plane on the runway. Logic, everything says by this time this plane should be moved over here. This time right here, this should be landing right here. This is gonna be refueled. Everything goes in synchronization. Now, logistics has 5 different elements. It's called EPCOM. I hope I can see it. It's not going to be backwards. I'll turn around. It's an acronym. Each one of these things is how billions of dollars are made and transformed, right? EPCOM. You can see that? EPCOM. Now, what does E stand for? It means engineering, right? Now, let's take Dangote's project, right? Let's use an EPCOM system for Dangote's project, right? You say, Carl, we don't have the engineering. Okay, you're gonna have to hire this company to do the engineering, right? But in the process, right, part of engineering means a skills transfer to your engineering companies and everything. So they're working side by side, right? And with some parts of it, some of the Black companies and everything are contributing, right, as independent entities into the engineering department, right? Next thing is P, procurement. Procurement is how goods flow from one place to another. Procure means purchasing. That means after the engineers decided everything they want, right, it has to be procured, right? Now, we know that a lot of these parts and stuff like that will come throughout all corners of the world. Now, the procurement process is how things are purchased, right? Then you got construction. That's the actual building of the project. Operations is how procurement, engineering, and construction work all together, right? Operations means the day-to-day stuff, the human resource, everything like that. That's operations, how everything operates. Then you got maintenance. That's the last part. Maintenance. Maintenance means making sure things are clean, safety, all that stuff like that are done. Now, in all 5 of those elements right there, engineering, procurement, construction, operations, everything, requires several different companies working together, okay? You might have one company that does operations. Operations control the transportation, stuff like that. It basically, once the procurements and stuff like that are needed, the operations make sure they get to stuff like that on time, right? You may not need pipe A right now, but you need but pipe B, you may need 1,000 of those right now immediately. So the procurement and stuff like that and operations work together to make sure they're there on time, a secret. Now you say, well, there's not supplied in Africa or whatever like that. Okay, what if you say, look, we know we're gonna do this project, right? We're gonna make sure that every one of these parts that this project needs are docked in an African country. And when they're ready to be used and everything, the procurement system, right? They're going to be railwayed or whatever, or flown or shipped from those African countries. Each part of the thing is going to make sure that the people on the ground are participated in this one project. Somebody in Tanzania may have a bunch of fiber optics they're holding for a few months until they need it, right? That creates jobs, that creates opportunity. And a Tanzanian company say, look, not only am I part of the procurement thing, but I can go ahead and do the purchasing and hold it and whatnot, and then sell it to the operation when it's ready. But what happens is that, now that's just one example. Now I know people understand that right now, right? I'm dropping some jewels on you, right? But no, but when Dangote built this thing, none of this being considered. Why? Because it was not a Pan-African operation. The Pan-Africanism can't be YouTube and silliness and nonsense. When we start talking about Pan-Africanism and stuff like this, now let me give you a perfect example. The Japanese and everybody else, when they do their EPCOM, they do major projects, everything from where the nail comes from is part of their system. That's why billions of dollars of capital outflow doesn't go over there. It stays in their region. But capital outflow to the $100 billions a year goes out of Africa, because logistically we're not set up to build anything. Everything that should be built on the continent should be logistically start on the continent. Even if you use foreign companies and everything, nothing should come directly from foreign countries. They should have operations, they should have warehouses, storage, everything like that, and manufacturing products on the African continent. If we're going to give $30 billion to build a project and everything, and all of it comes from someplace else, we just got a $30 billion loss. This sort of stupidity, you got Nigerians sitting around in poverty and whatnot, the Africans sitting around poverty, and $30 billion just left. This is the sort of tone I'm using, because I'm telling you, this is serious as serious as anything. If we don't change this mind up here, we don't change this up here, we can forget it. We could talk all the hoopla and people worried about Afrobeats. Afrobeats didn't get the respect of the Grammys, all this kind of stupid hoopla and whatnot. And the bottom line is, this is what's serious. This is what's important.
For real, brother, those are the conversations going on out there, just like the conversation you're telling me about Jay-Z and P. Diddy.
Yeah, all this stuff like this, all this
irrelevant stuff. What does that got to do with us building anything as Black people?
We have no factories, we have no warehouses, we have no logistics. We're not connected, and we're basically selling the world the culture, And we get up there and say this wine is the best, and everybody buys it, billions of dollars they made, but it's not coming from our supply chain. It's not coming from our production chain, because I'm producing anything. But this is what passes for Black empowerment in 2023. And back to Master P. My brother Master P, I love him, right? But Master P, they say, he showed people how to get rich. I get it. Snoop Dogg and everything. Snoop Dogg's complaining now that the Grammys dissed him because he never got never got an award for the Grammys. Snoop, what does that tell you? They don't take you seriously. Do you know Martha Stewart is 81 years old?
You talking about D. Martha Stewart?
She's 81 years old. God damn, that's Snoop's girl, man. 81 years old, man.
Repeat the person's name, because maybe I'm hearing names.
Martha Stewart.
You talking about the old white lady?
The old white lady with the thing that went to jail and whatnot, and her.
Why you say that's the Snoop girl?
Yeah, Snoop girl. Yeah, he was like they smoke weed together and whatnot. 81 years old, man. You can't make this shit up, man. I'm like, damn, Snoop. But the bottom line is this.
But what's going on with Martha Stewart when you brought her name up?
No, I'm just saying. I just brought her because of Snoop. I said Snoop, Now, my whole thing is this, right? Snoop always credited Master P for showing him how to make money. Okay, Master P showed people how to make money, okay? But Master P basically was the one who introduced us how to make money with white people, he gets some white people and stuff like that, and boost their products and everything like that. So when Master P made it cool to be like, just get your money, buy it, whatever like that, And I guess if you come from Richmond, California, and New Orleans, anything's a come up. But we can't let these hip hop niggas. Yeah, I mean, I'm dead serious, man. And I look at it, man, and some of these rappers, right? They basically making millions of dollars and everything like that, and they're destroying their own culture, their communities, and everything in the process. I'm gonna tell you like it is.
Break it down.
Every money is not good. Every money is not all money is not good money. If you're making money at the expense of your people, your culture, and your dignity, it ain't good money. It's not black power. It's not black, and I'm not gonna call it that anymore. People making money, selling us out, misogynizing our women, preaching death, destruction to the masses of our youth and everything like that, and they call it black into power. I'm sick and tired of it. It's just foolishness after foolishness, and people want to basically do that, that's fine, but just don't come around me, because like I said, there's too many people in this movement that's lukewarm. Too many people call themselves Pan-Africans, Black Power, and everything, and they celebrate this nonsense. Oh yeah, somebody just got a $300 million Super Bowl. That's fine. Now I do like people like the Chad Osinko, whatever his name is, Chad Johnson, whatever. He said, man, he saved all his money in football, right? And Marshawn Lynch, right? He said, man, all my money is like that. There's some Super Bowl, some NFLers who are smart. They save their money. They ain't out here blowing their money and stuff like that. And they're getting in, investing in communities. Guys out in NBA guys out in California got car dealerships. There was a guy that's in Detroit and went back to Detroit and tried to they're doing some good things. The people that's doing that, doing stuff like that, is taking them wealth that they make and building in the black community. We applaud them. We don't know enough about them. It seems like when people do something right, nobody wants to talk about them. But when somebody basically is sitting there talking about, yeah, he just got us millions of dollars, and they don't do jack in the community, they have no black business partners, they got no infrastructure in the community. But hey, every once in a while, man, Jay-Z will show up in Marcy Projects in the hood for a photo op and everything like that. Or they'll go back to Queensbridge and talk all this stuff and everything like that, just to make appearances and everything. That's what it's all about. Or somebody, I got to go back to my old block and everything like that. I got to go back to this, I got to go back to Bankhead and all stuff like that, I got to go do all this nonsense and everything like that just to keep up here, like T.I. I'm a real nigga, real nigga, all this kind of stupid stuff and everything. So that's just a real problem in our community, and that Killer Mike, that's another one. Killer Mike's like, yeah, man, black business and everything got some stupid black bank that they started, right? Online bank, right? Like $3 million in assets. Whoop you, Killer Mike, and it's minority owned. It's like Hispanics, everybody owned it, whatnot, but that passes for black empowerment.
That's not black progress.
No, it's not black progress. I'm gonna put my bank in a goddamn Killer Mike's bank. What are you kidding me? Hispanic bank. It's not black owned. It's minority. We got black owned banks in America. If you really want to get down to it.
I'm saying, brother, he loves everybody.
Huh? Well, Killer Mike. If you love everybody, that's fine. But as far as like the Pan-African movement, that's a no. Not saying that we have to hate Puerto Rico, but you ain't gonna be in their shit. When you got Hispanics and everybody in there, they make sure, like the Dominicans in New York, right? Do you think you see any black people, African Americans in their stores or own anything? No, they come in and they looking at you like, you don't belong there. I won't shop in no freaking Dominican store or whatever. They're up there with their hair salons and everything in the Bronx and everything like that. They took over the Bronx. Killer Mike. I have nothing wrong with his name, whatever like that. That's what he does, whatever like that. But it could be like I'm killing the beats, whatever like that. Euphemism, But I have no problem with that. That's not my problem with. But my problem is when people say they want to get serious in black empowerment and they're not willing to do what's necessary, to straighten themselves up. You can't be with the same crowd. You can't be with that crowd in the streets and stuff like that. Talk about things. You got to make a choice. Like me, I'll take you hot. I'll take it cold. Somebody's a street dude, you know, everything. Hey, I got no problem with that, man. That's what you do. Get your hustle. I'm cool. I'm fine. Or if you're down for the movement, boom, that's even better. But what I hate is lukewarm people. People that's half in the movement, half out. You know, that's everything. Trying to convince me that I gotta support everything because somebody's black is doing it. If you're not doing stuff for the right reasons in our community, I don't want anything to do with you. If something that's not about real black empowerment, I don't want any part of it. I look at everything.
So black person own a business, and most of their connections is white people. That's not black empowerment.
Well, this is how I'll say. It depends on what type of connections. Okay, I understand in the real business world, right? If you own the business, right? If you the owner, right, and you're the ones calling the shots, right? Like that, it's your product, your brand, your name. That's black empowerment. No matter who you got problem with. My problem is when people are brought in as like, okay, we got this product. I think I'm a 1% on like the Brooklyn Nets. Jay-Z is like 1.000% owner of the Nets, and he gets a box seat. You know, people would tell me there was a lot of black people in Brooklyn said they lost out because they had to shut their businesses down or whatever like that, reroute it because of their takeover of that center, right? But Jay-Z was like, this is real black empowerment because he was getting ownership. Just like when remember the deal with Jay-Z trying to own pieces of NFL, you know, it was all about him owning NFL in the name of black empowerment. So we can basically, the white man's like, this gonna happen. The white people are like, oh, black people are talking about it. There's no black NFL owners. So Jay-Z positioned himself, right, to be the recipient of what should be ours. There should be a legitimate black-owned consortium, right, which you and I could buy stock in and whatever like that to have a part owner of an NFL team. You know, and the licensing and apparel of an NFL team. But the white man wants it all. Billions, the NFL is the biggest grossing thing in history. But whatever they pay the players and everything like that is crumbs for what they get. The players are getting permanently damaged and everything like that to give them entertainment. Super Bowl's coming up in a week. Less than a week. Billions and billions of dollars are going to be spent in advertising and everything like that, right? Are any black people, companies going to be on that advertisement or benefiting from that? No. But who's on the field? 70%, 80% of the players are black. So they know this is injustice. They know it's injustice, right? It's not right. It's imbalanced, right? So what they do is they keep playing around with the Rock Nation and Meek Mill and Jay-Z and then Jay-Z and then Beyonce and up there. Jay-Z, Beyonce. That's why they give Beyonce the award. They're putting her back in the media again because Jay-Z, Beyonce, you know, go Jay, go Bay, and whatnot, you know, Jay-Z and Beyonce. You know, Beyonce is 42 years old? It's like time to step off. Get off the stage. Give somebody else a shot, you know? Jay-Z and Beyonce and everything. So they're going to be like, and then they had Tia Knowles, Beyonce's mother, talk about, yeah, we should, Jay-Z should. What the hell? The black community should rally because so Jay-Z can get 3 percentage points of an NFL team. What the hell has that got to do with us? I'm so sick and tired of people. They're like Colin Kaepernick clown, you know? Made more money being a social justice warrior, you know, promoting Nike than he ever did playing football. You know, just like I said, no, black rich actors mostly care about themselves and family. They don't think about, they'll probably think about their family most of the time, you know? But we're sick and tired of, I'm sick and tired of people that should be Pan-African. When you have a voice and everything, you know what they do? They pivot. They'll get into a racial squabble with somebody like that, and you forget about all the bullshit they're about, right? Yeah, that's right, man. That's right, Charles Barkley. Say it again, man. I like what you said about Trump, you know? Oh, yeah. I like what you said about the MAGA people. And you forgot that this guy is the one robbing our heritage, robbing what should be ours. All these entertainers and everything are robbing us blind. They're robbing our posterity. Stuff that should be us. America owes Black America. It doesn't owe these freaking entertainers anything. You know? So I'm just, tonight, just telling you like it is. I hope people can understand me, you know? You know? I hope people don't say look at some of these comments.
You ready for somebody to join the party?
Yeah, bring them on. Yeah, folks, if you have something to say tonight, join us at Bomani Tyehimba show and everything. They just want to get rich and show off people like they're kings and us as bums as past. So that's all it is. That's all it is. And the white man, you think the white man don't know this? These black entertainers, they got all this money, have no power. Rich black Africans, we should not focus. We're not focused on them. But since they're in our presence and everything, what we're trying to focus on tonight is the fact that we've lost Black America. The people have lost. We've lost our community. They tell us who to vote for. We already lost our vote. We lost everything. We lost our economics, everything like that. Black America is in serious trouble because we follow these entertainers. And when they use the straw man of social justice and racism and everything like that, like the biggest phony of them all was LeBron James. He goes, I can't take it living in a big 6-7 foot guy talking about I'm scared living in America. I could be shot anytime. He's a freaking fake. But yeah, he goes over to China, right? And China is freaking executing Uyghurs and all these other people and everything. He has no problem with China, but America was just so bad to him. America made him almost a billionaire. And so basically, oh yeah, go ahead. What is that? Now I respect LeBron. He spent $40 million. He invested in the community and everything. But your little $40 million, what you're doing is not what they take from us, right? Because if black people own the NBA, the NFL, and everything, if we had as much stock, if we own as much stock in the NBA as we do players, percentage-wise, Black America would be rich. Black America, I would love to see Black America just sitting back, making so much money. I want us to be the rich people. Let the black immigrants and everybody else come over here and be the rich. It's time for us to move up to the next level. And we can't move up because they've chosen who they're going to put up on the top, And I applaud Ice Cube for building his own league. Stuff like that we should be supporting. But when it comes down to black power and everything like that, nobody wants to support it. Everybody, it's more important to be on that red carpet at the Grammy, not supporting black award shows, stuff like that. We used to be a community. We didn't really care about the mainstream before. They celebrate 50 years of hip hop. Okay, I get that. We trying to shine and everything. But at what expense? Do we really care about the Grammys? When did we start caring about what mainstream America thinks? When did we start caring about things like the Oscar? When do we care? Oh, black, white, white. Who the heck cares? It's a time we used to watch our own movies and everything. We had people, we had our own heroes and everything like that. And we didn't care if white people watched them. I remember a time we used to listen to our music and everything, and white people didn't like it. That's fine. It's for us. But everybody has to sell out. Everybody has a price. I get it. I get it. Everybody has a price. They say, well, Kala, you're just a raving of a madman tonight, That's sacrilege. How dare you say something about the King, Jay-Z, and Beyonce? Nothing wrong with those people, but just don't stop. Don't tell me that's black empowerment. One or two Negroes getting rich.
There you go. You're breaking it down.
One or two Negroes getting rich. Whatnot. Sitting there talking about this is not black empowerment. If you think that's black empowerment, you're a freaking fool.
Yeah, we have to really educate people because people see just because someone black is involved in something, they think, it's just a system playing games on you. These people know how to work the system. Think about it. Think about all the folks who actually own ownership, and then they just usually get a front brother to this,
They know
head
exactly
brother
what
in
they're
charge
doing.
to sell it to the rest of the folks. It's just like sometimes you go to certain places and you ask who's the ownership, and people sell you a story, and then they sell it good because what you see is nothing but black people working there and black people being in charge.
There was a place in New York called Jack's Nest, right? And it was soul food place, right? My father was screaming. He was funny as hell, man. He's like, "Yo, man, we go in there, man. Jack's Nest and whatnot." And it was a nice place. You go in there, it's like how the old buildings in New York were, where it's like like the storefronts and everything. You go in there, it was like cozy and everything, and you go in there, it's like a bullet. You go in long ways. Then upstairs, everything, and it was Jack's Nest. And it was a black man used to always come out like he was like the owner. And also, my father found out years later it was actually a Jewish guy that owned it in the back. He had all black people working there, So you thought you was eating a soul food
as the manager and everything,
Yeah, he had a black man out there greeting
head brother in front. I'm the manager. I'm the
no. He was like we just assumed he was the owner. Because the way he's like telling people what to do and whatnot, we thought he was the owner. And he was an old Jewish cracker in the back, right? Just sitting there counting the money, My father goes, yeah, but that place, until we found out it was a black owner, right? It was good. Ran to the 80s, right? Then they found out it was one of black people started saying, wait a minute, And also my father said, well, that was some good food, boy. He go, my father done them ribs, and that candy and whatnot, that soul food was good, man, that fried chicken and whatnot, my father was like, that was good. The place called Jack's Nest, but that's what it was, man. It was black people as a front, and white people taking the stuff out in the rear, they're taking all the money out and everything, and that's what you have. Even that club Broadway's, Broadway's in Norfolk.
Yes.
You remember Broadway's? I didn't even know that until a couple of years ago. That was white owned. The guy who ran, a black guy, he was like the manager. Everybody thought he was the owner. No, it was a white family that owned that shit. Everybody black. That was the classiest black club in the area. Broadway. You had to have your shoes on.
I remember that.
You had to be dressed.
They wouldn't let people like myself in back in those days.
Yeah.
I was underage. I think some of these clubs was like you had to be like 25 or 21.
Yeah. Broadway,
I was definitely not any of those ages.
You had to be at least 25 to get in Broadway's. Yeah. You had to be 25. And I said, remember my boy, Dog. He was like, we had to go home. He never wore a tie before, I gave him one of my shirts and ties, let him put a tie on. I said, I never wore a tie before, He was from Norfolk whatnot. He's a hood dude, Yeah, he's my boy. So we all went up there like around 6, 7 deep and whatnot. We was out there chilling with these older chicks and whatnot. We just chilling. The badass, some of these badass freaking red bone chicks with the freaking leather on and whatnot. They got these high class dudes over there, ballers with Benzes and everything like that. It was black high society, right? I mean, it was the best club. I mean, black high society, grown folks, right? And but yeah, you got some 21. You were a fine female. You got in for 21. You know what I'm saying? You got females. You let the females in. And so what I'm saying is that was white owned. Now upscales, I knew the owner of upscales right there in Virginia Beach, right in College Park, right. That was black owned. That was Broadway and upscale, the rival clubs, right. But everybody started going to upscales, one dude upscale.
I remember all the clubs, man. I was mad at all of them, man, because I think I want to say I left Virginia when I was 22. So imagine I couldn't go to any of them places.
Yeah. Those were the older chicks and the grown and sexy hung out, man. Those were the grown and sexy hung out, man. I was older, man. I could get in, man. I was like, okay,
But I did get to see upscales, and then the other, the few other ones that was within age. But yeah, I was literally basically 18 to 22 the whole time I was in Virginia.
Yeah,
that's all.
Did you ever get into Picasso's?
Yes. Even when I was not that age.
Picasso, they be serving drinks in little plastic cups and whatnot. I go, what's that, man? I had this one older chick, right? This older chick, fine chick. I used to date, right? I was like in my 20s. She was like in her 40s. She was fine though. She had money though. She worked at the Langley. She come there back there with all these freaking drinks in her hand and whatnot. I said, what's this? Little freaking, just ghetto as hell. Picasso was the ghetto as shit you ever seen in your life. But it was a fun place. We had both.
Yeah, absolutely. But absolutely a lot of fine sisters, man, and I
Well,
got
yeah,
to,
we had fun.
it was a beautiful experience.
I
Yeah,
love
those
those days, man.
those were the days, man.
Yeah,
I was,
those days will never come back, man, because everybody
yeah,
want to
those
kill
are the
each
days,
other.
man.
Those are the days will never come back, man. I would like to say I'm a Kala Genesis now, but in my young years, man, I spent my club years were fun. Every night it was like I went out like 3 nights a week. Yeah, definitely Saturday night, Friday night, Saturday night, and one night during the week. I was definitely in the clubs, every club, every bar, every night. I got it all out of my system. Trust me. It was
Yeah,
like, why did
yeah.
you do so much Saturday night? I got all that
We
shit
got
out of
real
my
responsibilities and real things to do.
yeah.
Trust me, like no one can get me out of here to go to a club. It's been like people try for years, and
I
call me
got
all
that out of
they call me all kind of names. Call me
yeah, you lame.
stuck up, uptight. You think
Yeah.
he's? And I tell him I was like, no, I was like, I got business here to run. I was like, I'm not 18 to 21. I'm not that age anymore. I got
Not a kid no
responsibilities.
more,
We need
man.
to lead our people and to take care of
Yeah,
business. Like I
trust
was
me.
telling my son today, I was like, yo, I've been on my feet all day long. I was like, let's give just follow and do what you need to do. But yeah, family, we have to, we all have to grow up sooner or later.
Yeah. You got people in their 50s still. I see it the other day, motherfuckers still trying to go to the club in their 50s.
And I'm not saying that is anything wrong, but it's like you mentioned 3 times a week. Now, if if you're a certain age, I mean, that's
Oh,
not.
I was young.
I mean, if you're talking about like you're 40, 50, 60 years old, I mean, that's not really productive.
That's not spending
You
your
know?
best time being
You know what I mean?
productive.
So I can understand people can do certain things, but yeah, just like when we travel, if we don't go out to nightclubs, we just make our own clubs at the resort or make our own party and social
Oh,
gathering
yeah.
and things. So, but that's a more meaningful situation because you with a group of your peers, we are socializing and you're networking and things like that. But as far as this hardcore, this out there,
Wait a minute. Hold up. Sister Mara says she tried to join the panel. Well, come on. Click on that thing. We don't deny nobody. Click on the
no, I
thing.
mean, people devices have to work. And once you click on a link, you have to make sure your computer, laptop, tablet, or
Yeah, man.
whatever works. So
Yeah,
all you have to do,
global.
but the thing of it is, all you have to do is test what you have before you try to get on, and and then also make sure your settings are correct on your phones or any of those other devices. But give it a try again. I'm sure you'll be good.
Yep, do your thing. Come on, come on. I would like to hear from what you got to say. But like I said, topic tonight is this, man. We're just, the idea of black empowerment is being screwed because I get it. I do get a sense of pride when you see black people making money and making it up there with the big wigs and
Right.
stuff like that. You do get a sense of pride. When you see even when you see Jay-Z, Beyonce, right? But those of us who are trying to do this revolution movement, we understand that's not revolution. That's not power. We don't have no infrastructure. We don't control anything. At any one time, the white man could take Jay-Z. Look at how they did to Bill Cosby. Anytime they could take it away from anytime
Look what happened. Look what happened to Kanye.
Kanye. They could basically
Yay.
take it. What they said they took Kanye's billionaire status away from him. I'll say, okay, we got enough time. We got room for one more nigga to be a billionaire. A week later, P. Diddy's a billionaire. It's not okay. Get up there. Get up there. Remember Hollywood Shuffle? He said, I don't want to do this. Remember the guy? He goes, I don't want to do this no more. Whatnot. What? Get out. You're fired. Get out of here. You get up there and play that role. Whatnot. The Hollywood Shuffle. It's the freaking shuffle, man. The black billionaire shuffle. It's like Dr. Dre thought he was going to be a billionaire, but his wife put it into that shit. The wife said,
That's funny, man. While we on a roll, man, I got something that we can play with where people can get a good laugh at,
Right,
because we're gonna see all these great Pan-Africanists.
Yeah.
And I guess when we show them, we're gonna mention that 2 people were missing or 2 people should have been in there. But
Right.
anyway, you can give feedback on it.
Oh yeah. I'm hurt. My feelings are hurt, man. I gotta talk to O'Shea Duke Jackson. Just because
you know that one right there.
Everything's going by the freaking how many YouTube views you got.
Hey.
Me, Mawa, Kala Genesis is not mentioned as the top.
I've been telling people, You know what I mean, family? You know, I'm one of the realest brothers out here. You know, what we focus on mainly is technical and business administration. You know, like with those two things is getting the work done. All the technology and business
And not only that, right? It's
gets
going
done
so.
here.
We're going so good right now. Hey, Mike, can you put up the BAO, the orange BAO, the emblem?
I mean, but yeah,
Put that up there, right? I want to say something, right? I'm gonna say
the
something.
orange what? Be clear about what the orange what?
The other BAO emblem, the with the sword in it. You know, like the one. Yeah, there we go. Now. Let me tell you something, folks. Right? Because all the years I've been working in Liberia and stuff like that. Now, you know, if you guys want to count us out, whatnot, Brother Bomani in Ghana, me in Liberia, right? One of my top guys is going to Liberia on the behest of the Liberian government to go into farming, trucking, and stuff like that. He's going to be over there in July, you know. And the bottom line is this: I basically got a special visa to go to Liberia. You know, I don't have to go to the whatever, however you do get your visa and everything. I got a special visa from the Ministry of Tourism and everything. And we got a whole team on the ground that's building, you know, infrastructure and stuff like that. So Liberia is definitely going to be the base of Black America launching into Africa. We're going to make that happen. When I go to Liberia, hopefully this at the end of the month or next month, we're going to open our office up for the BAO up there. And we're going to be doing a lot of things and everything. You know, we're going to transform the country and everything. So if you don't want to mention that the Kala Genesis is influencing and stuff like that, you know, when people call, you know, I got people calling me all the time, whatnot. Yo, call this, call that. Who do they call for information? They don't call anybody else. They call me. You know, I wish I could route some of these calls that I get right throughout the day to all these people that's going to be mentioned in this thing. But mine's going to play. You know, I wish if you were real, these were Pan Africans, right? I wish some of these people would take some of this burden off of me. You know, but people want to come to me for inspiration, advice, connections, everything, dealing with the real Pan African world. But they don't want to give me the respect, you know. So go ahead and roll it, Bomani.
Yeah, but let me finish off because I just want to close on one or two things.
Right.
The family, like I was mentioning, the work we do is serious. You know, we built a movement when no one else was around. Literally, a movement of repatriation of rebuilding. You know, a movement that's been just outdated and putting fire and energy behind it. You know, having serious, incredible business investment conference. Open people's mind to what people are involved in now, which is getting land, building communities, getting land, building Black ownership, and things like that. So if you're really about certain things, you're not gonna spend most of your time just on YouTube running your mouth. Like some of these people that the homeboy about to highlight, that's what they do. And I mean, I'm not into competition with people because I put myself in a whole different class of people, a whole different class, you know, of just people who are about that business and life. What you see for me on YouTube is updates and basically highlights. You know what I mean? I rather show you this us enjoying ourselves in Africa and having a great time versus talking a bunch of stuff that's irrelevant. Because at the end of the day, it's gonna be about one thing: what are you building? What's your impact on the lives of your people? What did you change? What did you put in place? What trends did you build? You know what I'm saying? Look at me and my good brother right here, Kala. We're trendsetters. Kala just explained about his connection of what he's building, and I'm doing the same here. And I'm just using that to explain to you people that hey, it's not about all this glamorous, glorizing, and just talking all this talk to sound all nice and smart. You know, we're always telling you what we're involved in and what we're doing. You always hear me and Kala talk about our connection in Ghana and Liberia, and and what we've been able to build and what we're looking to expand on and grow. So family, this is what we talk about, Kala, last show, man. This is literally this YouTube has just become literally a circus full of deadly clowns.
Yeah, clown circus, man. Everybody's a freaking clown. Everybody's like I said, man. You gotta take the clown serious. Clown loves to be entertained. You know, he loves stuff like this. You know, and like I said, I always thought that I looked at other movements, right? Civil rights, clowns, man. You know, hip hop. You know, clowns. That's what I started with, right? I always thought the Pan African movement was going to be the one place where I didn't have to deal with clowns. You know, I didn't have to deal with deadly clowns. You know, and so therefore now I'm like, dude, man, is this all a joke? Is this all freaking all about entertainment and stuff like that? No, it's freaking serious.
That's what it has come down to, brother. The clown show.
Yeah, clown show.
What do you think about this one right here? The
Hilarious.
verses. Yeah, so we're gonna break to get you this a nice little laughter and things like this. This one is funny. I'm sure Kala got a whole lot to share, man. You're gonna break it down, no, Kala. Break it down with the Afrikstan Analysis. You know, that's what we're giving you, family.
And none of these two guys at Umar versus Tariq is about the Afrikstan. You know, I don't know what they're about. It ain't about building a nation building. You know.
There we go.
Let's hear the Umar versus
social media
Tariq
side of the internet.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah, that wasn't me. That was O'Shea.
Especially communities like the conscious community or the Pan-African community, where we have brothers that really relate a lot of content to the people. You have brothers like Sa Netter, you have brothers like Taharka Bey, you got brothers like Omawale Africa, you got brothers like Pan-Africanism Strikes Back, you got brothers like the Afro Think Tank, brothers like Information Man, Q Butter, a lot of different brothers talking about the issues of the day. But I would say the people that are really focused on two of the top brothers in the community by far would be Brother Tariq Nasheed and, of course, Dr. Umar Johnson. Now, Dane Calloway, I would mention him, but he's kind of really in the conscious community, but he's adjacent to it. But Tariq Nasheed and Umar Johnson have been getting a lot of views for years. Number one, they're both uniquely talented in the way they deliver information. And also they have very big personalities and they have strong followings. Now, these two have had some issue before. And if you don't know, maybe we can play some clips here to kind of get you abreast of it.
Who should Dr. Umar do a versus with in a so-called conscious community to raise funds to renovate the Honorable Frederick Douglass High School? Who should Dr. Umar do a versus battle with? A versus battle with Dr. Umar, King Kong, King Woke, to raise money for FDMG. I was going to say they got to be on my level, but nobody's on my level because I'm a Sean Carter in it. So nobody's on my level, but we might got to do a handicap versus. It'll have to be me and two or three of them because there's nobody in the conscious community who can match me on any level at all. Nobody.
Yo, man, I got to pause that, man. I didn't know
I
if I was going to be able to get through this thing. I didn't pre-see it, man. Yo, man, what's up with all this rumbling and all this big mouth talking, man? I'm like, who's this dude right here?
Yeah.
No one on your level, but homie.
Yeah, the bottom line is like this: the Umar back in the days, right? When I was
they are not on our level. What is he talking about?
What is this fucking level? Fucking asking for fucking cash apps and whatnot, you know?
You see the banner for the school? That's a joke.
It's a freaking joke, man, you know? And I'm
you
like this.
You got a little paper banner up there.
You know? And like, we need to raise money for the school and whatnot. Man, what the fuck, man? Everything I'm doing right now, right? The BAO, all stuff like that is coming out of my pocket. I have not asked anybody for a dime in the movement right here. So when this takes off, I'm going to be able to say, yeah, I did this on my own. I don't want nobody coming to the library talking about, yeah, the library. No, this is all me and whatnot. I'm like this. I'm not one of them dudes that, you're going to punk and be like, oh, it's like Bomani. Nobody's going to come to our shit in Ghana be like, yo, I was in this all the time because you guys, you just overshadow us and whatnot. Hell no. Say, yo, I'm going to operate in the spirit of, get the fuck out of here, you know?
Yeah, nothing I built was based on donations, man. Everything we built is based on this self-investment, most important. I tell people I work hard on my jobs over the years and I invest my money in my business.
Right.
And then also Black cooperative economics, putting your money together with your own brothers and sisters and getting land and getting involved in business. So two aspects of that. But so he's not on our level. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about us doing the things self-sufficiently versus us begging every minute. I mean, yo, brother, I get a headache every time I turn. If I'm listening to the program and it starts saying about cash at me, it's something that is like triggering my mind, and it's like I start getting a headache and I got to turn it off.
Right.
It just gets to the point where it's just that annoying. We all can use some extra cash to invest in things like that, but there's also more respectable and organized way to do it without having to talk to people like they just a walking dollar bill. Like I don't mind giving a donation or contributions to any of our causes, Black people, especially those of us are coming up. but you gotta highlight your people a little more respectful than that. Yo, I don't know. Maybe I'm just, maybe it's just
no, because check this out.
Cuba, that's what he was running his mouth on. Was like, what the hell? And then the verses battle. What is he? What is a rapper?
Yeah, check this out. Cuba had to step to him at Kali Muhammad's birthday celebration, the New Black Panther Party, right? So a lot of people are like, yo, why you invite Umar to give a keynote, whatever, And all of a sudden, Cuba stepped up there because Cuba got his own little institute and everything I think in the basement of the projects, whatever. But it's still up and running. And then Umar Johnson threw shade at that shit. He said, yo, man, he went there, and then the cops would call, Cuba went up there to confront him, man, and say like this. So I give Cuba respect. He's doing stuff. There's a lot of people that...
Wait, did he go up there to debate him or check him?
He just went up there and was like, because all his people were there, and then he said something about it, and Cuba came up there and was going to ask him, why you got my name in your mouth, something like that, And so basically he's like, yo, man, what do you got against my school? And because Cuba wanted to work with him on some shit, and Umar's like the type of person that work with anybody,
No, I don't. I've never seen him. I'm sure he shows a few people some level of respect, but I've never really seen that. And also, family, this is not the
we're not rapper
Johnson knocking, bashing. No, this is not the Tariq Nasheed or Umar Johnson bashing. What we're doing is Afrikstan Analysis, and I didn't know I was going to see that in that video, so that triggered me to just like stop it right away, because the level that he's not on and us is the level of our connections, organizing and getting things actually accomplished and done.
Yeah,
I mean, things like that.
People confuse that sort of energy, who's bigger and badder.
I mean,
what we're doing.
I mean, he's talking about versus, so he's basically saying that he can out talk and out debate and out run his mouth. I mean, the lead debater in our operation is Kala Genesis. I'll put Kala Genesis against any of these Negroes, man. Any of them.
Anytime.
Anytime. My brother Kala has never lost debates. You don't lose debates, man.
People try to think like Nagmeezy, I'm Bruce.
If he's saying all of that, Omar, I got somebody for you, brother. You know what I'm saying? In all love and everything.
If you want to debate any topic,
you're not the greatest of all time and everything. You know what I'm saying? The union that
what gets me is I see Umar Johnson debate. It's like it all depends on your premise, right? Now, if he says something, now this is a topic right this, right? Let's say a topic on interracial. I'm not for that. He's not for that, right? So what's that?
Not for that. Nothing.
What's that debate? I'm not gonna look. Here's what I would debate him on, right? He said there's a snow bunny crisis, right? And I will tell you, there is no snow bunny crisis unless you're watching a lot of this porn. If you're watching porn,
crisis?
He said, a black man. He said, black men.
I live in Georgia, brother. I can't say I walk around and see a bunch of black men with white.
You don't see it. You don't see it.
I'm not saying that it doesn't. It's not out there, but I'm saying in the normal view,
it's not a crisis.
It's not It's not a crisis. It doesn't go on. Yeah. It's not a crisis.
You got one black man with a white woman. That ain't no.
I think sometimes we just don't focus on the things that we really need to focus on, which is black power, investment, and and things that
one or two
small percentage of our people.
One or two Negroes going, but another thing is he never talks about black women. The investor movement talk about trash and black men. He'll never say anything about that because most of his supporters are black women.
Hey man, it's one of those things, man, where you just do. I'm not into all of this. There's certain words I don't want to say, but I can't even say. You know what I mean? So
we talk about black sisters, but I don't
want to title people who do that. Those kind of things. It's like when you're. Remember when we were younger, we used to have all kind of names of people who just run out there and the Captain Saving and things like that. But it's not about that. I look at a situation where wrong is wrong. So you have to call out the foolishness from our sisters also, just like our brothers. And I just feel like that's realistic. I had to just do a speech with one of my groups one time, and I was explaining to them that what she did is unacceptable and it's not respectable and things like that. And if it was a man who did that and things like that, we'll have a whole lot of issues with it. Those are the foolishness that we have to actually just stop if we want to be a respectable people. So, but let me see what this person said. I'm telling you, brother. Yo, man, he started running his mouth, man. I'm like, yo, who this dude think he is? You running your mouth like you got billions behind you and things like that.
Yeah, like the Pan African world.
And then you just want to be running your mouth off against someone else, just so you can get some donations. Is that what we're doing? Is that the kind of foolishness that we're doing?
No, it's a fuck.
I can understand if the brother was really trying to put together a nice, impressive program, for our people live stream and said, hey, we're gonna do certain things, and want people to get donations to school. There's always respectable ways how you can communicate with people, but I don't like how anybody just come at me and holler. I have to deal with customers all day long. People are purchasing tours, land, business, investment, whatever, uh, whatever, and all the different things you do. But you're dealing with customers, and you're trying to, you're building relationships with people, and you're talking with people, and you're trying to get to know people. You can't just like if somebody just walked into a program like what he's doing right there, it's like, you just lost me. I mean, is that how you communicate with people that you want to invest in you and do things with you? So I'm not calling a brother out, but I'm just saying that we have to do better than that, how we treat our people and communicate with our people, especially if we want our people to support our energy. And I'm always telling people that's how I built the business that we built from the ground up for the last 16 years.
But let me say something, bro.
Let me finish real quick, brother. As I'm explaining that, this is how we built our business. We built our business based on Black people investing in us, Black people wanting to do things with us. And you have to look at your people who are doing these things respectful as, hey, this is my brother that's is chosen to follow the path of what we do and supporting Black-owned business and working together. And that is just where we're at. But instead of him doing things like that, and basically while we do things like that, is delivery this to show people a practical scale of that's what we're about, because it's easy to talk that talk. Like, we all believe in some of the same things. But at the end of the day, what's the difference is how we're connecting with our people and the things that we're involved with our people. So so me personally, that's just me. I can't speak for anybody else. That's this unacceptable approach. But I'm gonna end up watching the rest of the video with you. But share what you're sharing, and then let's get into the.
No, I would say that the problem is that in our culture, right? Some people have never learned to respect their people that they're trying to. There's no respect. You don't respect their time. You don't respect their money. You have people donate money to you. It's like, oh, just a bunch of Negroes, whatever, like that. If that's your attitude, right? That you think like that I got psychology and I know better than Black. Look, like I said on African Millennials channel today, right? I said, look, less than 1% of Black people are involved in the internet and Planet Africa. 1%, and Africans are going off of what they see. You got the AOS FBA. 91% of the Black population know what the hell that is, and all this kind of nonsense, everything. So people are going back and forth on stupid stuff, and none of this stuff is in the mainstream of Black America. See, we realize we're on the fringe of Black America, right? If you agree with Bomani and I, you think that we should invest in building Africa or whatnot, that's what you come to, right? But you got people like Umar, he thinks that he's supposed to deliver Black people from something. What are you trying to?
Who died and made him? Who died in this?
I have no idea.
And gave him the inheritance of the Pan-African movement. What kind of foolishness is this,
Black
man?
America. He don't even talk to the Pan-African. He talks to the broad Black America. Oh, Black America ain't doing it. Black people, there's Black people, majority are thriving in America, doing stuff like that, doing their thing. And so basically you're being dismissive of this. Like me, I put up on my Facebook, Black people win. Every time Black people do success, I show it, right? Do you think Umar Johnson will say, we got this brother over here who, like there's one brother in Oakland, I put up the other day, first Black valedictorian in his high school. Umar will have him on the show saying, congratulations, brother, you're the first Black brother. He's thinking like, that nigga might replace me. You see that said nigga mentality?
Yeah, that's what's up, man.
Nobody else is doing nothing but Umar Johnson.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I'm letting people know that this is unacceptable. I mean, do I feel like the brother is brilliant and sharp and on point about many things? Absolutely.
Yeah, he is.
But the foolishness that he's pulling a little while ago, that's how you lose people like myself who just got number love for you. And but you got to go beyond that. You know what I'm saying? We have to show some level of growth. You know what I mean? It's like certain times you're in a movement and you act a certain way, and which is fine because as you're growing, you're acting, and then you're evolving. But it's like I see the same foolishness. I'm this, I'm that, I got this, and that's why if these people are princes, then you and I are kings, and a Pan-Africanism nation building. That's why I started saying, Kala, if these people are those things, you and I must be the kings.
Yeah, it's king because we doing things right,
But check out this comment right here, though.
He says, I don't think Umar Johnson understands Pan-Africanism too much. He's a good intellect and speaker, has good intentions for his school, but he does too much. Yeah, the bottom line is
sometimes I respect that, brother. Appreciate your comment, brother. And because I want to let people know that this is not the knocking hour, but we have to address these situations, especially when we break it down in Afrikstan Analysis.
Yeah, we talk about your thing is there's not a lot of money. And let me tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? If you think you're gonna make money going around being an evangelist for Pan African, you're gonna go broke. You're gonna go broke. You'll be on this thing. Give me a cash app. You'll be just like Umar. So I make sure I got a job, career, everything like lined up right now. I support myself. I got a website. I connect with other people. I plug people and everything. That's what I get out of it. And eventually, we're gonna start. The money will come in the long term. It's a long-term thing. It's not instant gratification.
Yeah, absolutely. Just like, do you know how much people I've spoken to them that wanting to get into the same business I'm in? I know one of the main things that they focus on is how much money can I make.
Yeah.
And you tell people that it's a sliding scale because it's based on how many things that you can actually handle and how much and how effective you can do things. So you tell them you can get there, but it's like you're not going to get there right now because you have to build the infrastructure and build the program and put some work into it.
Another thing funny is like this: when people think like they're gonna get richer, they're gonna end up being corrupt. They're gonna end up going into business deals and whatnot that's shady, and they say they think they have good intentions, but the road to hell is often paved with what? Good intentions. Right. I had the right intentions, right? But then people come along with this, and you don't have your ducks in a row, and everything goes to hell and whatnot. You're like, God damn, how can I get myself out of it? And a lot of people know Black people, we're forgiving. We're forgiving. And to our detriment, we're forgiving. We're forgiving, but we don't forget. We forgive you, because we understand a lot of these guys, they got good intentions. Umar, all these people, they got good intentions. Umar's not a bad guy. But
yeah, absolutely. So I don't want people to think we just here bashing him, but we have to talk about these situations.
But the bottom line is this: I don't know if he's Umar's blown up too because he's Umar and Tariq. What they want is to get to the mainstream. Umar's doing a movie. He had a part in a movie. They invited him part of the movie. So
they're always on. Aren't they mainstream already? They're always on public TV and all.
But when I say mainstream is they really want to be on like ESPN. Revolt TV is good and all of that. What they want,
I mean, for NBC, ABC, and all them. I mean, I've seen them on those networks.
ABC, Fox, and all stuff like that.
They're the only two that I've seen on those networks.
Well, I've seen Umar on TV One, but that got canceled. But I've never seen him. He's never been on MSNBC. He's never made the MSNBC and stuff like that. Why? Because these people, before, it's not like YouTube, right? YouTube, you can get anybody on. They don't check your background, everything. You just follow. MSNBC make sure they know everything about you. They know everything because they know you can be liable if you're a fraud. So they're not gonna. So you have not heard Umar on MSNBC because it's not like, okay, this guy. They know Black America, right? This guy he says some things. You'll see him on the Breakfast Club, right?
They love him there. They love him there.
The Breakfast Club and all stuff like that. But the average white person, mainstream person, listens to this Negro babble. It doesn't move the needle one bit. There's none of these guys, Tariq and everything, have any influence on the Black electorate. Because let me give you an example. They tried. I came out with the idea 2017, go on the Ning site, right? I wrote a blog called 2016. I wrote a blog called Down with the Vague and Abstract, Up with the Tangibles, right? After I wrote that blog, right, and I put it on Twitter and everything, everybody started talking about tangibles. I got receipts. I was the first one that said tangibles. Everybody else talking about voting and everything. That was when basically Trump was running and everything like that. People started talking about tangibles. My tangibles was land, infrastructure, nationhood, right?
Yeah, brother, absolutely.
And then they hijacked the tangibles to talk about reparations and all this kind of stuff like that. I said, that's vague and the abstract. When you say Black empowerment or equality, that's the vague and abstract. Samora McCall, Mozambique said, people don't fight for the vague and abstract. They want something real and tangible. That's where I got that from, They want something real and tangible. Land, government, economics, and everything, and wealth is real and tangible, right? Philosophy and everything, like when Black people talk about, we got to have a communist revolution, or we need equality, we need social justice. That's the vague and abstract, That can be defined by anybody, So when I said tangible, so Tariq took the idea of tangible and started running with it. Well, tangible. And they messed it up. Because what happened was this was going on right now. There's a movement right now where my brother Information Man, who I love, right? He got sucked into it, which they're basically doing reparations. We got a reparations committee. And Gavin Newsom, basically what they're doing is they're stringing black people on. They're telling you you're going to get $200,000 and all stuff like that. And I look at a woman that, look, one of these Black Lives Matter lesbian type shit. She's ahead of it. That ain't going nowhere. So they basically say, okay, we'll pay you a salary. We'll fly you out here and there to do speeches and be on TV and everything right there. We'll get you on MSNBC on Saturdays when nobody watches, You can spew all your nonsense and everything. And if you can get enough black people to believe that this is happening or anything, that's good. They're playing their hand. So why? It's just like when they're using this Kyrie Nichols, right? What this is going to do is when 2024 comes around, right? There's not going to be anything on the table because black people are distracted from what? Building infrastructure. What we'll talk about tonight, building real tangibles, getting government contracts, and all stuff like that. The real tangible, right? You're focused on this idea of reparations and social justice, everything, which is that can be defined. Then after the election, right? You say, yeah, we won. We got Joe Biden, whoever back in office, right? They're like, okay, niggas, go home now, But what about what we talked about? I'm like, yo, I thought black people had street smarts, You don't know. It's like if you those of you like that, you get your shit off before you pay the woman. You get your, what I'm saying? You don't say give the woman the money. She tell you she gonna go around the corner and whatnot, and I'll be right back and whatnot. Guess what? She ain't gonna come back. Well, mine knows what I'm talking about, man. You know what I'm talking
He put me in it. He put me in
it. Yo, everybody, look, let's be right. We all, you set
17,
whatnot. You got the hormones raging and whatnot. You learn. You better get your shit first. That's just straight knowledge with that. Somebody say, okay, yo, whatever it is, man, you never part ways with your money. It's like black with their vote. You just give your vote and hope for something's gonna happen. You have no damn street smarts. You get hoodwinked by these stupid white people and whatnot. You get knocked over the head by little Asians in Africa. What the hell's wrong with the black man? I said like this, and the only thing I have with Phil Scott is he's going on this whole thing of, yeah, we got to get something. Phil, man, stop talking like you at a buffet and shit. Get something out of it. Get something. There's no getting on it. It's our vote. People vote their values. They vote what they want. You can go on the poll and say, I don't know what I'm going to vote for, but depending on what mood I'm in. That's how it usually comes down to. But they get black people focused on something that they think they're going to get, right? And they basically never going to get it, right? So stop telling black you're going to get something. We don't know how the polls will turn out. Basically, you know how Bill Clinton won? And he played the saxophone on Arsenio. Everybody's like, that's our guy, man. He said they're playing the saxophone, You don't know. But that's the way voting is, Donald Trump talks to us, America this, America that. And the average white person ain't benefiting for anything Trump's policies for the most part, but he's their guy. It's who you like. Who's your guy? And so we don't know who it is. And the only time black people are relevant is every 4 years during their election time. And so, like I said, you got a lot of these people out here steering black people up and everything, and nobody's focused on building infrastructure, building stuff. There's not the conversations being had about building infrastructure, building communities and everything, getting the crime rate down so black people stop fleeing their own neighborhoods. And we could, can shut down crime in black people set up checkpoints in every 5 blocks radius. Cars coming in, cars coming out, pull them all. Just like, how in Virginia, I don't know how in Georgia, they have these checkpoints at the road stop. They check and see if you got DUI, what I'm saying? And stuff like that. You could do that in the neighborhoods too, okay? High crime neighborhoods, you do that for like a month or whatever like that, people know, damn, man, they got the checkpoint, I can't get on my block, they got a checkpoint. All that shit will cease to exist. In Portsmouth over the weekend, older black people in a senior community, right, houses riddled with bullets. Houses riddled with bullets. Cops don't give a shit. Where are the black men patrolling the neighborhoods, right? If you talk about your community, why everybody's like, man, I'm leaving. And then what happens is when all the black people move out, white people buy the shit up for cheap, right? And move. And you complain about gentrification. Don't talk about gentrification again if you don't want to fight for what's yours.
There you go, rock on. There you go.
That's what Umar Johnson, Tariq, and all these people should be saying, but they're not. I would love to see the debate. I would get to try Brandon Tester first if he could beat Brandon, then release me.
That's funny. I just thought that was a good one, but
yeah.
but yeah. Let me continue with this one. That way we can just and I'll just play it back, man. But that was just I just wanted us to share that before we get into this, man.
Yeah.
Whenever he's ready, Kala, we'll set it up, man. And I mean, and
I will debate whatever the topics are. I will debate
Kala in the ring, and I'm sure you're down with going in the real ring with him. Also,
whatever it is, man. Whether it's boxing, fighting, whatever. I'm anybody, because you think I spent all these years building this up just to punk out, you are sadly mistaken. You can see it in my eyes. I am not fucking playing.
Kala's a beast, man. He's ready for you to debate, and also in the boxing ring.
I fear nothing or nobody. If you got two hands, arms like I do, I don't fear you.
I got a range for you to take out not me's and then we just work and then you just take on.
Oh, I would love that, man. I can't wait till it comes to the States. Yeah. I would love that. Knack music comes to the States. And I don't hate knack music or nothing like that, but geez, I like when people challenge me and whatnot. That just burns.
Not means his mouth is just dirty. You can't have a discussion or a disagreement without talking about your mother or your family. Like kind of like when we're in when we're in elementary school.
I don't do that, man. I leave people.
And that's not. It's all funny until you get knocked out or until something bad happens.
I talk about your mother, your wife, your kids, whatever,
children, just crazy stuff like that. That's why I'm always telling people that they're weak. They can't come at me, so they'll say something about my child. I mean, that's a weak excuse for a person.
That's what we have in this movement,
I've literally just even had to just talk to people like yo, it's sad, man. We have to have better morals and principles, and this, we can have.
Let me tell you something, bro. One of the reasons why Hope and I fell out, right, is because he kept calling me the moral guy, Mr. Morals. Yeah, morals is how you build a movement. Morals means I could trust.
Yeah,
you.
well,
no,
morals is important compared to his lack of respect for people who are doing certain things and think he's like, he's like a little miniature version of Umar. That's a miniature version that's stuck in his own Brooklyn basement, though.
Yeah.
That's the biggest difference. But these people, like I mentioned, man, we did the right show last time, man. Deadly Clowns.
Yeah, like I said, it's all become a clown show. Everybody's serious.
Yeah, there you go, family. So, family, for those who didn't catch us, what we're doing, we're gonna play it back a little bit, man. This is a classic.
If you don't know, maybe we can play some clips here to kind of get you abreast of it.
Who should Dr. Umar do a versus with in a so-called conscious community to raise funds to renovate the Honorable Frederick Douglass High School? Who should Dr. Umar do a versus battle with? A versus battle with Dr. Umar, King Kong, King Woke, to raise money for FDMG. I was going to say they got to be on my level, but nobody's on my level because I'm the Sean Carter of this. So nobody's on my level, but we might got to do a handicap versus. It'll have to be me and 2 or 3 of them because there's nobody in the conscious community who can match me on any level at all. Nobody. Maybe an elder or 2, but that's it. But nobody who's not an elder. So it'll have to be a handicap match.
Basically, me and you call a handicap match.
It can't be Tyreek because half of what comes out of his mouth came out of my mouth.
You're the guy with the gun, the person who would do anything to protect the ones you love. But did you know you could?
Before it came out of his mouth. So it can't be him. Killer Mike would be good competition. Killer Mike would be good competition. Killer Mike, I didn't think of that. Killer Mike would probably be the best competition. I think so. Shout out to Killer Mike. That's my guy, by the way.
What are you gonna talk
Minister
about?
Farrakhan is an elder. I wouldn't do it out of respect.
Lone Stars versus Red Lobster. What are they gonna debate about?
Oh, go ahead.
What are they gonna debate? Him and Killer Mike. Who's better, Lone Star steak or lobster? What the fuck?
What is it gonna be? It's gonna be an eating fest or something.
Yeah, they would sit there, yo. You know, I can imagine him chowing down and whatnot, Red Lobster and whatnot. You know,
Oh man,
yo, man, like I said, deadly clowns, man.
clowns, man.
Dane Calloway up here.
It's become a comedy show. Oh, that's Dane. Yeah, that is Dane Calloway.
That's Dane Calloway. Lame.
That's another.
He called lame scam away. Lame scam away. lame.
Brother, did we have clowns like these in the 20th century?
Yeah, they did, man. They had clowns. They were called minstrel shows. You know, now have taken over the freaking movement. You know,
I mean, like this Dane Calloway. As soon as you get to his video, it's like one of these. You could tell he put some work into it because it's like a brainwashing video.
And you got people out there supposed to educate. Yo, and I think that's
he got a point. He has no point.
But people will listen to it because they're like, he puts the video so together, it sounds educational, you know? And I'm like, God damn, man. Lame.
I mean, he lost me with that whole Indian thing. He lost me.
Anybody with Indian, that's another thing. I had this one girl on TikTok, man, this light-skinned girl. She's ADOS FBA, Africa. But then she tried to build a follower, said Aboriginal, right? I said,
like what?
She was like, yeah, she was talking Black Power, something like that. If you're Aboriginal, so she trying to include. That's what it is. This incorporating people, you know. So you said next, the LGBT will be incorporated in. Just bring everybody in, you know.
That's what it becomes, brother. It becomes a movement where everything is just inclusive.
Inclusive. I don't believe in inclusivity.
And we're building a Pan-African movement where I'm telling you,
and that's how it gets watered down and destroyed.
We're building a movement where it's about us, and you know what I'm saying. I'm not telling people that they can't do things to other people, but this is our focus.
Yeah. And when you come here, right now, Black man, Black woman, Black child, you know,
you
that's the core. That's a nation right there. Without that, you have no nation. We got too many people basically going. I look at, I'm not gonna mention that, right? But they go into Africa, right? I said, where's the family? Well, what happened back in the day? Remember we had people like Jawanza Kunchufu? Whatever happened, he's still around, you know. Nobody quotes him. That's who really my mentor was in all this. Dr. Jawanza Kunchufu, you know. You know, he was a Pan-Africanist, African nationalist. He was a doctor, and he basically educated me and taught me how to love myself as an African American and whatnot. He basically, Jawanza Kunchufu was the most beautiful man that ever explained this, you know, to me. He made you feel proud to be Black. He told you your hair is beautiful, you know, your skin, everything like that. Jawanza Kunchufu and everything like that, you know. But nobody talks about him and whatnot, you know, because that's what it is. And so I'm like this. We have to get back. He always talked about the Black family, you know, like this: how you raise your son, how you raise your daughter, you know, how you respect your elders and everything. A good movie that Black people should watch is 5 on the Black Hand Side. Back in the days, we had a thing with Black exploitation and stuff like that. People were trying to put out things like Superfly and the Mac and everything. But you had a lot of good Black movies back in the days. One was made in 1974 called 5 on the Black Hand Side. A beautiful movie. At the end of the movie, they had an African wedding. You know, that was the most beautiful movie ever made. That's the real Black America I love. You know,
there you go, brother. There you go.
You know, the Black America I love. You know, and the father was like, "What's this African stuff?" Then he showed up there with his dashiki and his wife and him recommended, and they're all dancing and whatnot. You know, that was a beautiful movie. You know, and there's a beautiful side of Black African American culture that I want to preserve, you know, and a lot of these guys, and they're not it, you know.
Well, perfect, man. Let's get back to this busting down these idols, man, because I mean, people be looking up to these guys like the gods of Black, you know, Black leadership and things like that. And it's sad. I'm not saying that, hey, you should just like look at us. You know, I mean, it's not about that. Is my point. You know what I mean, to people, it's like our movement is not, you know, as I know people look at it.
It's not a personality cult. It's not a personality cult.
Exactly. Our movement is about Black cooperative economics, Black power movement, us making that connection in Africa, us building that global Black business pipeline, all of those things. These are all practical movements, not about talking about who can out debate each other and things like that. You know what I mean? And basically who can run their mouth more than other person. So basically you're looking to be an entertainer. You know what I'm saying? But Kala, we'll see if we get one of us get a message that he wants to do this, man. But let me continue.
Yeah, anytime, any place.
There you go.
Dane Calloway is not on my level. Young Pharaoh is not on my level. None of them. Nature Boy, come on. Y'all not naming nobody on my level. David Banner, that's my brother right there. David Banner, that's my brother. David Banner and Killer Mike. David Banner and Killer Mike. They would
So
be
he
the
knows
ones.
I'll get him into the main.
They would be the
That's
ones.
what he wants.
So there you go. You know, they've had
Yes, you saw about 2 rappers.
2 rappers, yeah. That's what he wants to be, but he can't rap though.
So perfect. I think this part is almost finished.
their problems in the past. And I'm not here to deal with who was right or who was wrong. I'm not dealing with that. And I know that on either side, somebody could point out, you know, this or that. But I want to point out the goals of each individual. Dr. Umar Johnson has been trying to raise money for the Frederick Douglass Marcus Garvey School. It's in Delaware. And of course, when I came into the knowledge of Dr. Umar Johnson in 2015, he was trying to get that school going at that time. Unfortunately for Dr. Umar Johnson, he's never gotten that accomplished. Now, Tariq Nasheed, he seems to, Tariq does a lot of different things, a lot of different goals. You know, let's say, for example, there's a Kickstarter for a film, a documentary. You know, he's written a few books in the last 8 years. But one of the things he's done is he wanted to do this Hidden History Museum, which has a very close name like the Hidden Colors series that he's produced. And those have been wildly successful. But the Hidden History Museum, in fact, SPK, that was the first video he edited for me back in August. It was.
Now, this isn't scientific, but I did a poll around New York, and what people believed
was trying to get the money to get this building, get the project off the ground. And of course, he got the money at the last minute. And of course, you know, people were, you know, hating on him and things like that. And then for a while, it seems like the project wasn't coming together as planned. And then many people were, you know, calling me because I gave some money to it. They're saying, hey, you know, this guy is taking the money. This guy's not serious, you know, this and that. But when I look at this particular post here, this is showing me something that I think that Tariq has a really great, strong advantage over Dr. Umar. Tariq is delivering, as it appears, the project to fruition. He says that this will come into light, into fruition. If you see it here, the Hidden History Museum opening later this month in Los Angeles, Black History Month. And that's what it looks like. Now, somebody could go into detail and say, well, I don't like how it looks, or, you know, it doesn't look like it's big enough, or whatever. But let's not deal with that. Let's deal with the fact that it appears to be that it is a complete project. Now, when you look at Dr. Umar Johnson and the struggles that he's had, and obviously I know a museum and a school is a very, you know, set up. A school is definitely more, very different. But at the end of the day, what you're looking at is this guy, if this museum comes out before Umar School does, then it's also like damn near 10 years of Umar not producing.
He's acting like he did me a favor. I made your movie hot. I made the Hidden Color series hot. Umar, you've been in a whole bunch of documentaries. None of them have popped off. Are you listening, Fat? None of them have popped off except mine. What are you talking about? You've been in a bunch of films and nobody never heard of them except mine. How you help me? You've done a bunch of people that don't pop off. How have you helped me? I got 2 movies now that's on the #1 spot. You ain't in them. How you help me?
And all of that. And you know, I think maybe you may have heard that Dr. Umar Johnson in one of these clips, he was saying like, look, you know, nobody can compete with me in the Pan-African community. I'm this, I'm that, you know, only Killer Mike can deal with me. Nobody else can deal with me. You know, Tariq's not on my level. Dane Calloway's not on my level. But when you look at the one level that counts, that's the level of productivity. And the one problem that Umar Johnson has is that he can't produce anything. He has a big ego. He feels very good about himself. He believes he can do X, Y, and Z. But now when it comes to the fact that you're not producing what you said you're going to produce, it makes people lose credibility for you. And when you're representing the Pan-African community, which is the community that I'm also in, it's embarrassing, you know? It's embarrassing because it makes us look like that we don't have people who can pretty much do stuff. And that's an issue. It's a very big issue. No disrespect to anybody, as he says, but thing is, brother, when you're doing stuff, you need to be able to deliver on what you're saying you're going to do. If not, if you can't deliver on it, you need to find somebody else who can do it. But God.
Well, what do you think?
Well,
He goes, God, what do you think? As you remember, the buffoonery remains an all-time high.
Some clips
we got it. Let's run this back one quick
here
time.
to kind of get you abreast of it.
Who should Dr. Umar do a versus with in a so-called conscious community to raise funds to renovate the Honorable Frederick Douglass High School? Who should Dr. Umar do a versus battle with? A versus battle with Dr. Umar, King Kong, King Woke, to raise money for FDMG. I was going to say they got to be on my level, but nobody's on my level because I'm the Sean Carter of it. So nobody's on my level, but we might got to do a handicap versus. It'll have to be me and 2 or 3 of them because there's nobody in the conscious community who can match me on any level at all. Nobody. Maybe an elder or 2, but that's it. But nobody who's not an elder.
All right, that is enough said, man. Kala Genesis, I'm sure you got a lot to say, my brother, man. What do you think about all of that, man?
Well, it's all, like I said.
One person was accomplished and got things done, and one person was just talking a good game.
Right. Now, like O'Shea said, I understand a school takes a lot more than an open.
Absolutely, without a doubt. Serious work.
We'll give more of that. I'll give you that, right? But my whole thing is this, right? You have to accomplish something, right? You can't just say you're going to do something. That sets a precedent where a lot of people think they could just say they're doing something or they got some project, whatever like that. So in the meantime, that's grifting, you know? That's grifting. If you're basically saying, trust me, send me money because, I got this thing. It's like a straw man, right? And even if you produce it, everything has to be done in a timely manner, right? Humbly. Hey, look, we're doing this. We're doing this. We're about to break. We're out here. You see the progress of this. We don't see the progress of the school. He got 2 buildings. Now, Umar says that he had to have the HVAC done, right? And then he said he had some white people come in and do it, and he bragged about it, right? I wouldn't have said that publicly, you know? So I tried to get black people and everything like that. I get it. Sense of humor. We like Britain.
Yeah, that wasn't honestly, brother, that wasn't cool.
That wasn't cool.
That wasn't cool.
Now,
you know what I mean? You didn't have to put that out there. It made it seem like we're just incompetent people.
In that area, I know there's plenty of black people that do HVAC, but they don't have the time. Do you understand? You know, like I said, where I rent my office space from, right? I don't have to pay HVAC. I just pay rent, right? Like physical HVAC is like that. My landlord Matthew, right? When I was talking to him on the phone that day, you heard me talk to him. He told me, man, he has all black guys working for his HVAC guy, right? As one HVAC guy came in over summer to fix the AC unit, and he was like, "Yeah," he goes, "Yeah, man, I'm trying to get it's my grandson right here." He's like, and you know, he make him work, but he didn't want to be there. You know, he said, "Yeah, I'm making him work."
That's how children are, yeah. Right.
You know, he was like, "Yeah, he don't want to work, but I'm making him." You know, got him up in the morning, I'm making him work, right? It was a Saturday too. And I'll say, but the thing is, though, HVAC costs a lot of money, you know? And if you're raising all that money, you got to give black, you can't just say, do it for the school, do it for school. Why can't we be real businessmen? Why can't Umar come with a real contract? Do you think those white people did it for a thing? He said, I got the money for the HVAC, but I don't want to pay black people.
And that's how it portrays, and that's how it ends up coming off. I don't know if that's what he was really trying to explain, but
I know that's exactly what happened, you know? And he's like, I couldn't. Somebody said they're gonna do it. They go, yeah, but you need all this. Probably honest with them. This is gonna be replaced. This needs this. This was gonna do it. And so he went up. He probably got the money, right? And then says, since I'm gonna got the money right there, since Negroes can't do it for free or at this reduced price, right? Labor costs. You know, why should this black business take a loss at your business? And then Umar makes comments about rightfully and wrongly about black people don't support his thing. Now Umar's out there in the public, right? How come no rapper said, "Look, I want to get some points with the concert"? If Umar was what he said was, why didn't somebody like Jay-Z? He said he's a Sean Connery that's boosting Jay-Z up just now, right? Jay-Z's a billionaire. Why didn't Jay-Z cut him a check? You know? Why would Jay-Z?
Yeah.
You think about that, you know? Why is it that nobody with the money in Black America is coming to Umar's aid? What did they see?
I thought he was the best and thought he was the greatest. I thought no one is on his level, and you know.
If you're like that, you must have
ever.
You should have a Rolodex full of people that can
come. So where's the network that respect you and want to do things with you?
Right.
Yeah. So, but yeah, anyway,
Tariq makes no bones. He's a natural grifter and a hustler. You know. You know. I check this out. I never brought one hidden color because I saw the thing when it first started is garbage. You know.
You seriously you don't like the film?
No. When you start talking this pseudo history,
I forgot. Your Kala Genesis, the culture critic.
You know, when you start talking pseudo history and stuff like that, you heard on the street by books that with no sources, no peer review, and nothing like that. And you put it in people. Oh yeah, but I do give credit this one thing, right? Is that people were getting interested in Black stuff. You know, I give him that credit. You know. That he was putting out this hidden color stuff and everything.
I mean, look how far he came, man. You know, he was into some other stuff, and then now he's trying to join the path.
Yeah, path. You know, so you give him credit.
The path of connecting with Black people on some more.
But Tariq is about the money. He knows how to make money. He knows how to say things and do it like that. He's trying to make money.
It becomes more of like a race hustle thing.
It's a race hustle thing, you know. Tariq's a hustler, you know. But the thing is, Umar knows the guy. You know how to get his hustle on, man, better. You know, he got to, he got to do it like that if he want to make it. But people like this, when you say I got this after school program or whatever like that, and people like this, and also if people when you're out there in the public, right, and you say things and do things and everything, people like, well, you want to send your son to this guy's school and everything? People like, hell no. And so people don't.
That's what most people say, for real.
Yeah, that's what people like to be like, like this. Now,
I think one thing would be good is the program, but if somebody else manages it, it'll be better situation.
And that's who it is. We have to see who's this.
But yeah, you wouldn't, you can't just be in control of that situation. People will be down with it.
There's who is his faculty going to be? You know, who's his principal? Who's his mission? Who's his alumni? You know, who's he connected with? You know, what's his curriculum? You know. And you can't just.
I'm sure you'll put some good stuff in the curriculum, and that's what
but you need a whole faculty. You need teachers. You need teachers. You need people. People aren't gonna work for free. You know, where's the money gonna come from? You're talking about at least $40 million right there, trying to build a faculty and teachers and stuff like that.
It's being a private school, right? So people gonna be paying, right?
He hasn't said that part. You know.
I mean, isn't that how you're gonna pay for maintenance, faculty, your staff, your crew?
The EPCOM. Where's his EPCOM? Who's engineering part? Where's his procurement?
Break it down, brother.
Where's operations? Where's the maintenance and all that? All that stuff. The EPCOM is how you. When somebody comes to me with a project, I say, "What's your EPCOM?" You know, where's your engineering? Are you outsourcing it? Okay, who was the engineering company design that's going to build this? Architectural design, stuff like that. Your school, how things going to work and everything. That's the engineering. Procurement, right? You need books, pencils, computers, labs, everything. That's the supply chain, you know. Who's going to deliver that, you know? Do you got that set up, right? Do you got construction? Who's your construction workers, right? Who's going to build this, right? Who's going to do the day-to-day operations, you know? Everything has to do operations, you know, that make sure everything flows in, human resources and everything like that, payroll and everything like that. And then last but maintenance, right? You have
maintenance
that
technology
and all stuff like that, you know. You have that building codes and building inspectors at all time, you know. That all that right there is like this. Now, Tariq took the short route. He just had a building and said, this I could do. A hidden color museum, right? And he got it done. It was not like no long-term thing, you know. Umar just got it over his head, you know. So even though I think the hidden color museum was, you know, it's one room. You know, what's it going to be? Also, when you do a museum, you got to have exhibits. Each one of those exhibits costs money. You know?
Yeah, well, he collected a lot, so he's got to invest that money in it. So
no, exhibits. One exhibit. Let's say you want to put a Dogon mask in there. You got to go and get that stuff, you know, and put it in there, whatever, you know, whatever it is. Or you think Native Americans?
I got you in the you only can have it for so long, so you have to keep on changing exhibit.
Exhibits. Museums about exhibits. That's what a museum is, about exhibits, you know. So you should say it should have been like art gallery. He could have made it an art gallery, you know.
Well, I thought that's what it looked like, an art gallery.
Like an art gallery. That's what I said. Man. An art gallery, man. He's doing a museum, man. Niggas say stuff when I
don't have my own independent building like that, so.
Yeah, where's the investors? Who's the people that put the stuff in there and stuff like that?
I didn't get $2 million in donations.
You know?
Either.
You know? For that little tiny building, man. Come on, man. You know?
Isn't that what your buddy always talk about?
What? What? Oh yeah, Brandon. That shit is funny as hell, man. But one person
isn't that Brandon? Isn't that what he also about?
Brandon has a point. Brandon has a point about that.
That this guy is a hustler and this guy's getting over on people and
you know what it is? You know what it is?
People call him a hater, so he is right about something.
They like, you know what it is? Brandon's not from New York, you know. New York, we had people like Tariq. We used to freaking getting grifted on and whatnot, you know. We had Father Divine, we had Daddy Grace, you know. We had all the kinds of people that came in our community and whatnot and got rich and told us anything. When we just believed. We had Malachi York and whatnot. Remember Malachi York? They built this.
Absolutely, brother.
Yeah,
absolutely.
That
one was. Yeah. I mean, do you know how much women turn over their daughters to him?
Yo, man. This
he must have had like some psychological powers or something, man.
Yeah. But this is what's been going on in the community for a long time.
I mean, and some of these folks, and they be having a good thing going for a while, and then it catches up to them and start getting greedy, and people just get frustrated with the foolishness and snitch on, and tell on them or set them up. I mean, all kind of things happen. That's why I tell people, move with a righteous heart, so we can do this thing together.
Right, you're right. That's what I said. With my charisma, I could have did that a long time ago, but it's not in my heart to do this, right? I have delayed gratification, you know. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, right? And the thing we're gonna build is gonna thing. Oh, she goes, I used to be a Nuwapia. Yeah, all female. I think every black woman in America was a Nuwapia at one time, you know.
Hey, but I mean, just like remember Jim Jones in Guyana? I mean, it was the same situation. People.
Oh, yeah, man. People are looking for everything.
People are looking for leaders. They're looking, which a lot of times these leaders become morph into a cult. I mean, I know people turn around and say, you guys seem like y'all running a cult operation. Well, we're not running a cult operation. We're trying to get black people to do black power business investment, work together, and compete with the world and create opportunities for our children. So just get right to the point without saying a bunch of words. Yeah. That's it. We're not trying to build no following and tell people what to do. It's a little different.
Yeah. I get to all that stuff like that, People are like, oh, Colin. That's why I don't get a YouTube channel. I don't want to get tempted.
This is what they could be saying. The Kala cult.
Yeah, the Kala cult,
But yeah, people keep on doing the same things that happen with like there in Guyana. You're gonna drink the Kool-Aid, and next thing you know, y'all all gonna just go.
Jim Jones had recruited Pan-Africanists,
that was like shocking that,
he had Pan-Africanists in the church.
His game must have been like tight, man.
He got everybody in there, man. He had Black, Baptists, Pan-Africans, Muslims, everybody joined that church when I felt like they were at home. And it said, how good we're gonna build this town in Guyana, man. And the next thing you know, man, it was what it was. The cult of the damned, man. Guyana cult of the damned, man. I remember that when I was a kid, when that happened, and the movie came out back in the early 80s, Guyana cult of the damned, And the bottom line is this, man, these cult fighters, and the bottom line, and let me tell you something, not just that, right? America is known for cult. We think we live in this civilized country, right? America, the way it's sounding, right? You got the Mormons, and you got all offshoots. Remember David Koresh,
Oh, yes, absolutely.
These stuff goes.
All these sick, psychotic, crazy white devils.
Yeah. Called Warren Jeffs, remember Jim Baker? Jim Baker, people were giving the deeds to their property and stuff like that. Tim and Tam Baker giving their money, black, white, everybody giving all that money into this stuff like that, No, I'm not smoking blunts. I'm smoking a cigar, man. Damn, what is this with this blunt stuff, man? I don't do blunts, man. When I dusted off my Kala Genesis uniform, man, back in 2007, right, 2008, I put down the blunts, I put down the weed, I put down the bowls. And I said I'm gonna do this because I want a clear mind, everything. Not to get anybody that does that shit, but I had to be angry all the time, But weed used to make me evil, You know, I'm an evil drunk and high, man. When you put some blunts in me and give me a couple of shots of Ciroc or we should go to a thing called Thug Passion. We mix
That's what's up.
Remember Thug Passion, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I remember that.
I forgot what it was, right? Yo, I was like this. My brother's bachelor party, man. His friends went out. I was fighting with everybody, man. I was like, yo, anybody didn't like me, I'll just go. When I was like, I didn't know I did that. They showed me a video camera, man. I was fucking high and drunk at the same time, man. I wanted to fight and I wanted to kill people, man. That's why I said, man, I'm dangerous when I get drunk and high. That's why I don't do it, you know? I'm fucking dangerous, you know? Kyle smoking that ganja. Come on, man, you know? I'm on sound mind and body right now. I'm not smoking nothing. This is what you call, you know, the Kala Genesis shit. Come on, man. I'm smoking. Maybe I think I'm smoking my cigar, man. I'm smoking nothing, man. Come on, you know.
Yeah, there you go, man. That's why I don't show on-screen evidence.
Yeah, I know. Bomani, a different story, you know.
Just tell me, but brother, the main topic of what you're talking about was this based on this one Jay-Z video. Let me see.
Yeah,
is that a good one to play?
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a good one. It's only 3 minutes, right? It gets the point across.
Right, perfect.
Kid J Nolan here. We got to talk about the billionaire Hove real quick, all right? Now, a couple of months ago, I did an update talking about Jay-Z and how he was auditing Bacardi on behalf of Duce, trying to get all of the input on the warehouses, where everything was being manufactured, sold, the units, all of that stuff. And people were in the comments saying crazy stuff like he didn't know his business. No, the whole reason that he was doing this audit was because he was trying to get a proper valuation on Duce, and he felt like they were undervaluing the company, right? Because he was basically ready to sell his portion, being that he tried to buy his portion of the company back from Bacardi. They didn't want to do that. So he's like, all right, well, give me a proper valuation on it and I'll sell it. They didn't want to do that. Well, Jay-Z and Bacardi have now come to a multi-billion-dollar deal where they're going to retain 75% ownership in the company, reducing his share down to 25. Now, in a statement released by Jay-Z, he says, growing Duce over the past decade from an idea to one of the fastest selling spirits in history has been a blessing. The next phase of this journey will further cement Duce's legacy as one of the world's most respected brands. I am excited to renew this partnership with Bacardi. Now, remember, I said he had offered to buy the company completely, right? He offered them $1.5 billion to get the company off of their hands. They said no. But they were undervaluing the company, saying it was only worth $460 million. So he was willing to pay 3 times the value in order to retain the IP and be able to go off on his own. They were not accepting those terms. So when he came to the offer table and they made this sale, Bacardi paid him about $3 billion. It's crazy to think they both had equal shares. They were undervaluing the company. He knew something was fishy because he was willing to pay 3 times the amount just to get it. And when he's willing to give up some of those shares, they pay him $3 billion for it. That just lets you know how much Duce is really moving out here. Jay-Z has been one of the leading hip-hop moguls over the course of the past 20 years, especially the past 15. He said, don't follow me, you have to follow my moves. I'm not a role model, but hey, I think we need to be following both him and his moves because he knows something we don't. He's in the buildings that we're not. He's in the conversations that we're not. And he has a lot of power talking about music, entertainment, the liquor business, every element of entertainment. I guess Jay-Z has a hand in. I mean, even in film space, he's got projects and companies. Before this deal went through, Jay-Z's net worth was projected to be about $1.3 billion. Clearly, it was higher than that anyway because he was willing to pay 1.5 to buy the company, but you can add another 3 to whatever that true number is. Talk about a cash king in hip-hop, man. Let me know what y'all think of this story down below in the comments, man. Jay-Z, Rock Nation, if y'all need a new media personality, you need somebody to actually cover the Rock Nation brunch or that dinner y'all had with Pusha T and Kelly Rowland and all of that type of stuff, man, holla at your boy, man. I'm going to just go ahead and put my bid in because I need to get in these circles, fam. And I need more subscribers, too. So be sure to go ahead and hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the post notification bell for all updates. Make sure that you like and share this video. And I'm going to see y'all on the next one, all right? Much love and respect.
That was the biggest crock of bullshit I ever heard in my life. You know, there's no way in the world they paid that Negro $3 billion for whatever, you know? that'll be front page on the Forbes magazine and stuff like that. We would hear about it. They fudge these numbers and stuff like that. And then when he was talking about the warehouse and everything, nothing about black ownership or black partnership on the supply chain and manufacturing and stuff like that. They paid him $3 billion for his share of the Bacardi. I mean, that don't even sound right. And so, like I said, that's he's making money with white people and everything. More power to him and everything. But you notice how this guy was kissing his ass. Oh, let me do this. Let me be your spokesman. Let me celebrity worship. The NFL, the Rock Nation, all these people are part of the same system that's going to make sure the masses of black people will never come up to the next level, because they got one or two people, Jay-Z, 50 Cent, and all those other people, Rick Ross and everything. They're going to make the money and everything. They're going to do their deals, and you just sit back and like, oh, wow, all that money you're making and everything. But there's no black, I say, where's the IP where black investors could say, look, let me move some of my 401k to this company that Jay-Z's purchase or buying or whatever. Where's the black participation, the black business groups? That's what Warren Buffett has. That's what Donald Trump has. Donald Trump has a whole network of white people, from engineers, everything, that builds his buildings and stuff like that. There are none. The people that made Donald Trump rich, Mark Cuban rich, look like them. The people that make Jay-Z rich don't look like Jay-Z. That's the difference. People could call me a hater and jealous and everything. Oh yeah, Jay-Z would do better teaming with Dangote. I don't know how that would work out.
Yeah, Kala, after today, we're going to be called haters. They be like, yo, those two is hating on everybody. No, that's not hating. It's the Afrikstan Analysis. This is serious. We got to break these idols down. Well, people need to stop worshiping these people as if they're black gods and black leaders. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And they're not. I mean, it becomes just like a clown show, man. Literally, YouTube has become just a circus. And we see people spending too much time on YouTube doing videos every week and just talking about this and that. You're just getting caught up into this, the foolishness.
And hype. Hype. It's all hype. And like I said, we're losing the idea that we need to build black business, because that's the substitute now. Jay-Z getting a part of the NFL is the substitute for building real black business enterprise in America, right? You got so many people, like my brother Fitzgerald Stevens, brilliant brother, be on Dynasty's show, right? And he got brilliant ideas, but nobody's going to. There's so many black men in this country that got ideas, and I meet them all the time, ideas and everything like that, right? But they die not seeing their dreams fulfilled. I'm not saying Fitzgerald's not going to do that, but it's a lot when you try and everything like that. And you never get that break. You never get that yes. You never get that this. You never get that break, and you never get that connect, whatever. It's like we don't have the Black Business Network, because the people that make, like Michael Jordan, he makes no about, he don't care about black people. He says it. He don't give a shit. He don't like shaking hands with black people, and stuff like that. So that's what it is. So we can brag. We got these billionaires and everything. These billionaires are not connected to us. They're not, basically don't have a supply chain. They don't have a downline. They don't have a marketing firm. They can't go like that. So Pan-Africanism means real black businesses. And you can't bring that mentality to the African continent. That's why ACON failed.
Break it down, man. Break down the whole ACON connection and connect it, brother. Like you gotta do well.
Out there with white businessmen, and I said ACON City was a ripoff of what we was talking about with the Afrikstan. The Afrikstan will be built by black engineers, black infrastructure, black investment, black everything, black tax base, everything. To like 80 to 90%, if possible. That's a goal. But when ACON comes in and he had white people and Chinese people trying to build everything, which now ACON doesn't even have a fucking anything built. He has a design. Did I ever show you the pictures of what ACON City looks like after 4 years?
Well, I thought it was a joke, so I didn't think that was really it, and I didn't think you were serious. But I looked at that. That was fun.
Oh, let's put it up on the screen.
No, I can't do that. That was just funny, man. I was like,
yo, come on, man. Let's put it up on the screen, man. Let's let's have some fun tonight, man. Let's put up on the screen, you know. Let me find that picture. I sent it to you.
You're keeping people up, Kala.
Yeah. Check this out. I gave it to you. Let me see. I'm send you Akon City.
People start wondering if we have nothing to do at 2:00 in the morning.
Yeah, just to pick on people. You know?
Well, family, this is the late night shift.
Yeah. You know. I don't know. What the hell? I sent it to you in WhatsApp. So I got to scroll down your WhatsApp because that shit is long, man. I know I sent it to you a while back. You know.
Yeah, you sure that's a real picture? I don't want to be, you know what I'm saying?
No, it's a real thing, man. It's the Akon City, man. You know, it's a shack. After all these years, this little monument there. 4 years, nothing built. You know, 4 years, nothing built. You know, I'm gonna find this shit, man. We gotta play this. You know.
How about a video? How about
there it is.
Shoot a video of it?
Here it is. Yo, here it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is.
All right, I'm looking out for it.
Okay.
Let me see right here. Drinking Kool-Aid, blunt smoking. All right,
that's one. I got the one. I got the one picture.
That's not funny right there. That picture.
You can play it. You can play it. I sent you one picture. I'll put that up on the screen. You know, this is Akon City 4 years later.
That is not funny.
It's hilarious, actually, man. You know. But Akon City is going to be built with no black input, no black finance, no black infrastructure, nothing, you know. That's Akon City. That's it right there, folks. That's what Akon right there. Acoin flopped. He owes people money. You know, the Acoin flopped. His cryptocurrency flopped. You know, he basically trying to build something that's not black power, not black anything, you know, and that's supposed to pass for black empowerment, you know.
Where's the water? The land is supposed to be close by water, so this can't be. This is somebody being.
It is close by water. That's it right there. You know,
somebody not trying to make a joke. You put 2 center blocks on there, and it look like it's somewhere out in the desert. Well, Senegal is some part of it is desert.
That's where the Akon City is supposed to be.
You know what? I'm gonna drive my bus up there to make sure when I get there next month.
Yeah, do that. Do a fact finding course, you know.
No, I don't have time for that, man. I got places to be.
No, please do it, man. You know.
I'm not trying to get stuck out there in the desert. You know, it look like they got werewolves out there.
Now they got the only wild animals out there. I think you got lions out there, but the lions are in West Africa not really that aggressive, you know.
Oh yes, that sounds very convincing. The lions are not very aggressive.
Yeah, the lions, the elephants, the crocodiles are not aggressive. Some of West Africa crocodile. I see people sitting on crocodiles. Now crocodile eat you in half. You know, the crocodiles in the Gambia River and the Niger River. They're real docile. You can sit there and pet them and whatnot. And I see kids riding on their backs and whatnot. You know, I'm like, damn. You know, but you go to the Nile crocodile, man. That Nile crocodile swallow you whole.
See, I don't have that sense enough to just wonder about which crocodile is dangerous or which tiger or lion is dangerous. I just keep away from all of that stuff, brother.
Yeah.
That's why you don't see me at the safari and so I'm gonna stay in a camp for 2-3 nights.
Oh no, I can't do that, man. The hyenas come by and rip you to pieces, and the lions.
They always joke. They always laugh when I tell them that in Tanzania. They always wonder why we don't stay out there for days. I was like, I'm not going nowhere out there for days.
Yo, check us out. Tanzania has the black mamba. That's the scariest thing on the freaking planet.
I come right into the cabin.
Yeah, the black mamba. I seen a video. See, a lot of brothers in Africa, we gotta give them real houses with doors and locks and everything. The black mamba sleeps right into the house chasing a rat, whatever, and people wake up, and the black mamba bite everybody, kill the whole household, you know? You know, people go out there, the black mamba is no joke. It can run you down, you know? The black mamba's venom is like 5 times potent as a king cobra. You get bit, you don't got no anti-venom. That's another thing people talk about Africa. Yo, we gotta have a clinics where people get anti-venom and stuff like that.
Anti-venom, it sound like a...
you know, I be damn, I'm not dying like that, you know. One day I'll face a lion before I face just sitting there just dying, you know. Body curl up and whatnot, sweat the heat, heart explode and whatnot. Or with some snake bite and shit. Fuck that, you know.
Yeah,
I'd rather
they go.
crocodiles
Down.
you know? Then getting a little prick, little bite on my little leg, and next thing my whole body's freaking like a plum and shit, you know, and die and whatnot. No shit, fuck that. You know, I don't mess with snakes, man. Snakes just we don't get along. You know.
There you go. Absolutely, brother. Absolutely, man. You gotta keep safe out in the wilderness.
I think the West Africa has green and black mambas. Don't even say that. You know, don't even say that.
No, not that I know of.
Nah,
No, definitely.
They got poisonous snakes, but it's not as numerous as that. They don't have black mambas. You know, black mambas. I checked the map out. They're not in West Africa. You know, and in West Africa, people killed them off. You know, certain animals don't exist in West Africa. They've been killed off because of human habitation.
There you go, family. So make sure you're prepared and everything. So I talk about preparing, family. Connect with us. We're looking for some good people to work with. Like I mentioned, family, we have a whole lot of land there in Jahadzi on the 60 acres, especially. And it's a whole lot of opportunity for real estate development, building industries. It's a whole town that we can develop, create opportunities, and build that incredible future connection. Go ahead, brother.
Oh yeah, that one thing, the McKinsey company. I'm gonna show that. You know, I sent it to you on WhatsApp. You know.
Yeah, I got it up there. I can show it in a little bit.
Yeah, sure. After you do this, we'll talk about that. Then we'll close out. You know.
Absolutely, and it is about that time. But yes, family. And what we're talking about is Black cooperative economic investment. So even some of these people that are your idols that you look up to, push for them to invest in something that's going to create opportunities for us as a people, where we can build it together and and have something for ourselves as a people. So that's what our community is about, and us encouraging others to also just do the same. Just literally just find groups of us. We figure things out together and we build the future. So that's what we're doing now in countries like Ghana, and we'll just take that on as time come along to Liberia and just the rest of the African continent as this time go along. There's no limitations, but this is the come out party as far as this us just taking it to that level. So I'm telling people after a while, you just gotta just be serious about what we're about as a people. So so the pictures you see is a representation of our groups, our leadership, our organization operation at the Black Star Pan African community. So when you go on the website, or when you just literally click on the YouTube videos, what you're gonna see is just a vision from the ground up. So we document everything as far as pictures, videos, and this documentation to explain the flow of this what we're doing. So this video is live stream is not for this presentation, but we always share it in small details. But what we're always looking for people to do is visit our website, africafortheafricans.org, and click on Black Star Pan African Community, and then just process the details. And then the same thing too, there's a link to YouTube. You can just literally click there and you see lots of videos. So let me scroll down and show you our future energy. So that's our future energy right there. This 60-acre big space of land that's close to the beach. So that is the goal, to start working on making sure that we can just get some things going on that. So one of the most important things is heavy machines. Kala, it's a serious thing, man. If you're gonna do these business, man, you want to have number one upfront money, and you want to have heavy machines, and you want to be able to just, because land clearing is no joke. You literally clearing land, and you literally building a new society. Like you see the map, the 15 acres, that is from just nothing but trees, and to just us organizing it. So these become professions that we can learn to do as a people, and we can grow.
And let me say this in. You can get land equipment, bulldozer on eBay or Craigslist. Get used stuff and repurchase them and ship them to the continent. We need that. If we start building more bulldozers and stuff like that to the continent, where people can use them and rent them out. So that's a business right there.
Yeah, absolutely. That is an awesome business. Heavy machines. For those who can do it, and with us having all that land, that's like the goal. So I'm telling people that, hey, for those who have those connections, reach out to us as people, and and that's what I'm talking about. Is like, where are the Black investments that want to do projects like these? I mean, one thing that we've been able to figure out is the flow of how things work on the ground. That's the experience that we have. And now the next thing that we're looking to build is the finance. These are big projects. These are not just little small projects. Yes, you have to build your own home, but we have to figure out how to build actual community and get investors in as a group of people. And also not just the people that are part of our group, but just us as a people building something that's going to change the dynamics to where we can just be able to have more of a foundation in a country like Ghana where we can just do things. The issue that we're having is wherever we go, we don't really have places that we can say, hey, this represents our African diaspora connection. This represents us as a people. So it's the same thing that me and Kala have been talking about as far as Liberia. Just us having a connection to where, we build a foundation to where if we need to move along and get around Africa, we have people in place. So it's a serious business. So family, this is 2023, and that's my goal. My goal is to, now that we have done the first few years, is to just take things to the next level for the next few years and look into this. Definitely reach out to the right set of people so we can be partners in investments. I mean, I'm sure you'd like to see some more distribution centers, manufacturers, industries in general, resorts in Africa, and that land and that area is perfect. And we'll put the work into building the relationships, which is very, very important with the people in the town and the chief, and also just build with just understanding how things work in the country. So I'm telling people that this is no free lunch. You have to put time into these things. But yes, brother Kala, back to our regular scheduled program.
Yeah, I want what you said about investment and whatnot. We need the McKinsey group. But somehow I got people trying to reach out to them now, And I was in contact with them years ago when she was bidding on contracts in South Africa, stuff like that. So the McKinsey group, we'll read the story, the bio, what the McKinsey group is. You click on that, Matter of fact, I'm gonna read it from. You scroll down, but I'm gonna read it from my I'm gonna read it from my WhatsApp thing I sent you. Okay, let me see. McKinsey group. Let me see. Find this. Wait a minute. I know I sent it to you. I sent it to your WhatsApp. I sent it to your WhatsApp. Then I sent it to you on the regular text. Oh yeah, I got it.
Yes, WhatsApp.
I got it. Okay, let me let it load up. Okay, McKinsey, a Black-owned architectural construction firm managing over $15 billion in projects. $15 billion, but you don't hear about them. You know all about Jay-Z and Beyonce and stuff like that. This is a real Black-owned business, right? McKinsey is a national architectural engineering construction management firm with 27 years of experience. Daryl McKinnick, founder of the CEO. Matter of fact, I found out that they were trying to get into Liberia before the coup happened in 1980. And they wanted to do major infrastructure projects in Liberia. A fifth generation of families of work in design and construction. These people should be well known in Black America, but they're not. You know about all the Rick Rosses and all these people, but you don't know about this.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. You're gonna know about Rick Ross, but you don't know. Yeah, it's unfortunate, right?
Right. Her company is a continuation of the nation's oldest African American design and construction firm, and traces back to the Moses McKinsey. Moses was brought to the United States from West Africa in 1790 as an enslaved person, and learned the building trade while working as a brick maker at a construction company. He eventually received his freedom, started a family, taught his son, Gabriel Moses II, the construction business. Moses II later became a famous craftsman, aided local firms, architect, design, drawings, and construction. Moses' second son, Moses III, also got his start in the construction business, founded the McKinsey Company in 1905, and operated with his brother, Calvin. They became the first licensed Black architect in the southeastern United States, designed many of the historical Black colleges, universities in the region. People probably don't even know that. White people built those colleges. White people built those colleges.
White people are the gods of the world.
They don't know their own
people.
Black people don't know their own history, but you can get some Black history tonight. In 1990, with a shoestring budget of $1,000, Daryl and McKinsey started McKinsey today. The firm is working with over $15 billion in projects nationwide. We caught up with her to find out about the new generation carrying on the legacy. She goes, what inspired you to start the firm, starting my own business? I'm going to skip through this. Starting my firm with passion, maybe more. I had a burning feeling inside that I definitely could want to do something, see if I could make it successful. I was drafting architectural drawing under my father's guidance by the time I was 6 years old. And to teach your children, train up a child up in the way he should go. That's why parenting and family is so important. Having experienced racism, sexism, I sought to build a firm that would create opportunities for minorities and women to be successful. Anyway, that's a nice way of saying black folks. What do you attribute most of your longevity to? I worked extremely hard to build a good reputation. Has been my backbone. We have expanded into great locations, have had many wonderful opportunities to expand people's lives, and have the range of projects that we completed. Having a good reputation, what I've been striving for many years. To be a minority, especially a black woman growing up in the industry, we weren't expected to do much. We weren't expected to have major projects, face major differences in projects, made difference in projects that changed the face of cities of how America looked at history. Creating and maintaining a meaningful relationship, incorporating the latest advances in technology into our projects. The fact that McKinsey have been able to work on various projects that matter, deliver on those projects, and keep our clients happy meant a lot. It's made us into a national firm. When I started the firm, I didn't plan to go outside the third round race of DC. I only wanted to do. I wanted to travel on an airplane for leisure. Now we have offices in Chicago, Baltimore, Los Angeles, Houston, Dallas, and Austin. And what ways are you increasing the number of black professionals in the architecture, engineering, construction industry? Our industry is very traditional in the sense that we run. It's run by white males. The company culture was not even thought about 30 years ago. Put my heads down to work. The sentiment has been completely changed. People have realized 15 years ago that I have to build a better culture, a culture of respect. We definitely want to get more women and people of color interested in the IEC industry. I'm executive board of the IEC mentor program, which starts with high school, getting them interested in STEM, engineering, to fill the pipeline of talent. That's what we're talking about. We receive expanded programs where they provide high school students with a junior and senior year college internships and hope they will come out and work with us upon graduation. I also on the board of organization Living Classroom, where we work with elementary kids to get them interested in STEM. And what businesses does EG play a role in your business? But EG is no longer operational. It's increasingly important. It's no longer optional. It's increasingly important for the lens of the company that do things the right way. It boils down to running a kind of mission-driven company where people want to work and the clients are proud. Everyone right now wants sustainable buildings and materials. It used to be something extra like add-on service. Now we incorporate it to everything we do. EGS benefits everybody by saving clients money, increasing productivity, fostering a team player atmosphere, encouraging strong sense of pride in work, and turning obstacles into assets. What inspires you? Why? There's something about high-achieving people that inspires me. I admire when they're able to stay focused and free to Joe despite the circumstances. That's you, Brother Bomani. I know she's going to be inspired when she sees when she meets you. What advice do you have for other entrepreneurs? You have to deliver under promise of under promise and over deliver. So in other words, don't say you're going to build a school in 10 years and you got still talk about the HVAC.
Well, I mean, you know how hard it is to build a school. I'm trying to find something I can say in the defense.
Right.
I'm not a very good lawyer because I'm not very good at.
Your product service should be one thing as an entrepreneur. You have to consider the administrative piece, counting your money, having lawyers, insurance for your employees. All of these determine the compass of entrepreneur. Stay determined, and you reach your goals. That's what I'm talking about. Now, I remember she was in South Africa. That's how I found about her. I think she was trying to bid on some contractors and open an office in Johannesburg, And so I don't know what's going on in Africa Project. Just like the other guy, McKinsey, but I don't think they're related. Remember the guy the oil guy that we played that they got that flag? Remember that? His name is McKinsey too. I don't think they're related. He's from Akron, Ohio. That built the first. He has a black-owned oil transport, fuel transport business, right? Operating in the United States, one of the largest. So what we have is black people, $1 billion operation. Now, what we have is black people that are doing the stuff like that, but these people are not talked about, right? They're not talked about in the black conscious community. They're not talked about in the Pan-African community. All we focus is on grifters and people that talk a lot of stuff like that. But we do have black excellence in Black America. And this is the type of black excellence Bomani and I want to reach out to and say that we're worthy partners in the Pan-African movement and the nation building in Africa. The infrastructure building in Africa is a serious project, you know, and that's what we want to deliver. You know. So.
Absolutely, brother. And since nobody wants to come in, I can go through some of these questions. Let me start from the bottom all the way up. Here you go. First one on deck.
All right, Kala. Oh, you're late, bro. You know, what type of mindset of Africa do you feel the recent immigrants in the U.S. come in contact with us? Well, the immigrants, like I told on African Millennial Show today, as you listen, is that they don't come in contact with the best of us, you know? All they know is what they see on YouTube and the rap videos and the news media and stuff. You know, they don't come in with a thing. That's why Bomani and I do this show to showcase, you know, not everybody got to be a fist pumping Pan-Africanist, you know, because you see where that's going, you know. Not everybody got to be a King Kong of Pan-Africanism and all stuff like this. They're simple black people that are professional, that can get stuff done. And these are the people that we need to put as leaders in our community. And the McKinsey Company is one of them. The black immigrants, you know, I have no against the black immigrants, but you know, they got to get on code with us. You know, if we want to help build their homeland and stuff like that, we have the people. You know, you don't have to with the groups like the McKinsey Company. They're not the only one either. You know, you have groups like that, right? If you have a company, like I said, I got angry earlier, but Dangote gives $30 billion to build a refinery, right? And the McKinsey group, the other group, the oil group, right? Ted McKinsey, I think his name is, I forgot his name. He could have been part of that project. But there's no connection between Black America and Africa on that level. You know, we automatically go to the Chinese and everybody else when the answer to Africa's problems is right here in Black America. And the answer to Black America's problem is right there on the shores of Africa. Edward Wilmot Blyden said that 200 years ago. What the black man in America needs is right here on the shores of Sierra Leone and Liberia. He says that's what we need. Why do people always want to start beef, start trouble with other black people? Omar knows these men will get offended. Please stop the men. We have gifts. We have gifts to share. Yeah, well, that's what it is, you know. You know, people, public figures, basically, all they want to do is talk a bunch of nonsense and everything, and nothing ever gets done. Nothing ever gets done, you know, because the people that's hijacked the Pan-African movement, that's in the forefront. You see, O'Shea Duke Jackson told us the Afro think tank. He's a good brother, information man, good brother, and all these other people, Pan-African Strike Back, good brother, and everything. But they're not the people that we want as the face of nation building, the face that's going to deliver us. These people on YouTube, you know, that's all they are.
And they forgot one person. They forgot Woody Meyer.
Woody Meyer, yeah, that's another great Pan-African. Woody Meyer, you know. And we got people out there doing their thing. They're doing what they can do. Brother Diane Samir, he's doing what he can do. And we pro Dinus. We wish him a lot of well for his tours and investments, stuff like that. You know, he's brought a lot of people to the African movement and stuff like that. So we applaud Diane Samir and all these people like that. But we have to step it up again. We have to step it up now. We have to start looking at the people that basically are not involved in stuff, because real serious people are not going to be involved in all the discourse and stuff like you see online. The average black person who got any sense, they see this stuff like this, they'll barely watch us. I'll be honest with you. But people call it, well, man, I'm glad we saw you and mine. You guys see professional and stuff like that. We can hold an audience with certain type of black people. But most black people that got real skills and educated and everything, got something going on, they're not involved in YouTube and the internet and stuff like that, all this conscious stuff. You know, they're not. I'll just be honest with you.
Absolutely. I mean, we're just a representation that's trying to network and connect with people on all different, platforms. YouTube in Africa, out in the town, the community, out there networking. So, and this is always a great place to connect with, many wonderful people. But We just, it's not like one of those things where, man, we got to get to 50,000 subscribers. Man, brother, we got to get them super chats up.
Hit them likes. Hit them likes.
Family, I appreciate the love. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? But I've been on YouTube for it's been 16 years, 27,000 subscribers. I don't pay attention to the number. I appreciate the people who all join and show love, and the people who actually just, make comments and things like that, and communicate, and have us take you to Africa, and connect you with the world of Black connections and network. So appreciate that energy, but those of us that are serious in this world, we're working and building our business and doing things. We're not on there like that. So, and then when you're on there and then you're talking about between Kanye, Tariq, Kyrie, you just lose me, because it's like, is this what Black Power, Pan-Africanism, nation building about? Brother, is this really the YouTube Deadly Clown circus show?
Yeah, it's become a circus show, man. Everything's entertainment and stuff like that. And the bottom line, which you're losing the real Black people that can make this stuff happen. Real serious people don't want to be entertained. They want to know what's going on. There's I've yet to see one thing where somebody come on and say, yo, look, and the next thing you know, people are getting, oh man, I did this and we're making money. I see these young white guys, they be putting stuff together and they be making millions of dollars and whatnot, doing e-commerce and stuff like that. I have yet to see anybody Black be successful. You got Boyce Watkins.
These are the things that we can do as a people. If we put more time and work into it, but instead of spending time just literally just the hating. But I wanted to make a point on our comment. So so he did the videos with these brothers, and we know some of them, and some of them we don't know, and some of them we know directly and we don't know directly. But it's like, I'm like, how do you think these brothers are gonna feel? Honestly, I'm with you, sister. How do you think these brothers are gonna feel when they, when they see your pictures, when they see their picture on your video talking about you? I mean, he was just naming names, yo. And some of them are really good brothers, man. I mean, I respect.
As a
matter of fact, respect to all of them, and some of them are really good brothers. And I don't think they ever signed up for something to be, oh, I'm gonna be the greatest Pan-African champion. I'm gonna be the top debater and things like. He's the only one that's saying that. Like, I don't give a hell about those things. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to find people to work with.
We're trying to build the nation.
That's why you and I connect, and we're working on what we're working on, which is Ghana and Liberia, and our connection in Africa, and uplifting our people with positive vision, and letting our people know that the people that you see out there, they don't represent our movement. They're just class clowns. And kind of like when you went to high school, some of us, like myself, you actually went to school and did your work and studied.
Yeah.
That's what I'll be telling my son all the time. I was like, you know what? No one had to call my parents or anything. I'm not saying that we're perfect children, but it's like it was probably a different age that day. But it's like literally, you wanted to motivate yourself to become something. Man. I enjoy just going to school to learn the things that I actually do now and make a living doing.
Right.
Which is these hands in technology.
I didn't get school in junior high, but I got in high school. I love school. I was sad when graduation day came. I was wanting to see my friends no more and stuff like that. I love learning, man.
And it's not the worst thing. And we got to get back to that culture of learning, because I even see a generation that don't want to read as much and don't want to participate in studying as much. Like sometimes you wondering, and that's why that's why it's important that
let me say something, right?
Go ahead.
People wonder, how's Kala got so much knowledge? I was not learning on YouTube, right? My knowledge and everything, like I said, how's Kala know history so much? I used to pick up books. I used to be in the library all the time. When I was in my 20s and whatnot. When I was poor, had nothing, I used to be in the library all day until it shut down. The lights started going out and whatnot, so you got to go. Security card, you got to get out and whatnot, I used to be in the library picking up books, reading all the time and whatnot, reading. I was with the Charlotte Science Institute, a young man and whatnot, going there with grown adults and whatnot, talking about infrastructure. That's why I learned everything about infrastructure, science, and nation building, stuff like that. The Charlotte Science with the Lyndon LaRouche people, I was in that organization,
There you go, man.
And I was as a young man, and I was a young man. They said, man, you should run for So I was always like that, man. I always hung around older people, when I was in my 20s, I dated women in their 30s and 40s.
There you go, man. Player.
I was always more mature for my age than people that I didn't hang around people my age. I was hanging around older people, adults, when that like that. I talked about the things I talked about with things relevant in the world. I was into hip hop and everything, but that wasn't really where some of my friends my age were like, oh man, you know, I'm sitting there listening to them like, let's let them talk about Biggie and Tupac and stuff like that. I didn't give a damn about none of that shit, you know. I was back then, all the stuff you hear me talk about right now on the show, I was talking about back then, 30-something, almost 30 years ago, you know.
There you go, Kala. Appreciate you embracing education.
Yeah,
You know,
I was talking about nation building. I was talking about roads, infrastructure. You know, I talked about an Afrikstan and we need to build. We could build. Say, I got my idea when I came to Virginia Beach, and I seen a whole section of Virginia Beach that was once woods, and they built a whole new subcity off Dam Neck Road. I was like, that was all woods and trees, and now you got streets and warehouses and shopping centers. I didn't know. I was like, yeah, you know. And so I'm hogging the show. I'm not bragging. How about I'm not bragging. Am I bragging? You know, I'm not bragging. I'm not hogging the show. I'm not bragging. I'm just telling you, you know, what I did. I did that. You know, I'm not gonna tell you, say, oh yeah, I did. I was a dumb nigga. I didn't know shit. You know, I was young. I was real smart. I was real intelligent. You know, for my age. You know, that's not bragging. It's just telling a fact. You know, I studied. You know, and one country I studied really well was Nigeria. I studied Nigeria. I was up on everything that was going in Nigeria at the time in the 90s, you know? And so when I got on Dinah's show first time, I started breaking down Nigeria. He was like, everybody's like, wow, man, this guy, Black man in America, knows so much about this country. Nigerians like, damn, you know so much more about Nigerians than the average Nigerian, you know? And so, you know, it's just, it is what it is. I studied Liberia, you know? I've been studying Liberia since I was in the 8th grade. You know, I learned about books, you know, I read them all through and through. Japan's another country I studied inside out, the history. You know, inside out. We should do a show on Japan. I break down Japan, why Japan's so successful, what it is right now.
Absolutely, I've gotten into those things, but just trying to get us to go through some of these comments that.
Okay, Kala, what is the procedure and conduct needed to ensure that most African immigrants are exposed to African most positive narrative? The bottom line is we don't have Black media like we used to. The Black media in America, like we had this Black channel, news channel, and that it failed because it became a arm of the Democratic Party. All the Black media, all they want to do is talk about politics, Joe Biden, Donald Trump, There's nothing showcasing Black America anymore. You know, we used to have the Ebony Jet Showcase. You know, Ebony Magazine used to always keep us informed about what's going on. We don't have an Ebony Magazine anymore. We should have graduated Ebony Magazine to an Ebony Magazine television, you know. The bottom line is Black America, we used to have it so that back in the days, we knew about famous Black people doing this. We used to have Black Enterprise Magazine. You know, you could pick up Black Enterprise Magazine and you knew about Black businesses that's going on. It gave you a sense of pride. And Black African immigrants used to read those magazines, stuff like that. They knew Black America. You know, Ebony Magazine was popular in Africa. It was in every country in Africa, you know. They even had an Ebony Magazine for Nigeria. Ebony Magazine, they knew Black America, knew Black history, you know, past generation. Now this generation don't know anything about us other than rap and stuff like this, you know, so they don't know us. You know, Japan, example to study, will give insights of what Black must do at civilization level. Yeah, the Meiji Restoration. I know all about the Meiji Restoration, you know. And so because of the Meiji Restoration, that transformed Asia from the Dark Ages to the medieval times to the modern world. That Meiji, we could keep who we are as Asians, but we could modernize. Africa hasn't done that. Africa just did the opposite. They became Europeans, they became Christians, they became Muslims, right? They adopted all the culture of the white man, but they didn't adopt the white man's infrastructure, his industries, and all the stuff like this. That's the difference between Asia and Africa. You know, the Indians rejected British culture, kept their own, and they brought British ways of doing business and government. The Japanese copied Western manufacturing techniques and improved upon it, right? Africa, we didn't do that. This mining in Africa, right? So Africa being the place where these new batteries for electrons being built, we're still exporting and stuff like that because we still got the same backward economy. And not only that, we don't even have the modern equipment to mine it. We're still doing mining like they did 1,000 years ago in bags. Stuff that companies that use these products, right, said they weren't going to do. They were not going to do blood minerals. It's called blood minerals situation. But that goes out the door because we all want the green new cars and everything like that. So we don't care how we get them. We want the electric cars, Well, we don't care about that. So that's why it missed me with that electric car stuff. You know, we got to pay the price because some Europeans think they got a climate change crisis, and we got our children got to mine this the cobalt and the coltan and all stuff like this for them, and the lithium and all stuff like that for them. So this is what we're talking about.
Yes, Kala Genesis, you're on fire, brother. You're on fire. I'm trying to find some more comments for you. I think we have gone through all of them. If somebody had something really important to access and you posted it and I didn't see it, just post it real quick and we'll go through it.
Okay.
They got you excited tonight, brother.
Oh yeah, man. We're on fire tonight. We were on fire tonight, bro.
Looking.
I don't think I was bragging. How's that bragging? Every time somebody says true, how's that bragging? You know?
Yeah, about this one right here.
I think Tariq had some dirt on Shay, so he shook. You know, I don't know, man. You know, I just think Tariq, you know, he could. Tariq does sound like that type of person. Look, nigga, I got some dirt on you. You know? Yeah, you know, like that. But I think O'Shea generally likes Tariq. I don't know. He likes his style of business, whatever.
I think he, you know, honestly, I see that he just respect him for being somebody that actually accomplished things and get it done. And that's a little more professional with, you know, well, sometimes anyway, I mean.
Yeah.
But the other one is, I mean, you know, he keeps on just pushing himself away from people. And I mean, people actually, you know, like the brother. And then I've known many people to just not really be feeling him after a while. That stuff is not impressive. I mean, I have to play. I think I played that thing like 3 times. I still can't believe he said that.
Yeah. Yo,
he's always saying that, but I still can't believe he said that and put all them people post up. Like,
yeah.
Like,
No, he was
man,
talking.
like-
He was actually talking that, right? O'Shea put those people up.
well, he mentioned the name, so
Yeah, he mentioned names, so O'Shea just put
it's
the
more
picture up there.
well, it's beautiful because they're more interactive presentation. But
Yeah,
the
that's a
the
real
names
good.
are called directly, but I'm like, wow. But
Yeah,
then
so-
again, you know, these are all people you just probably had past issues with in the past. I don't have time for that. I'm trying to connect with us to where we can work together effective. And I realize that not all of us can come together. That's understandable. But some of us or enough of us has to connect together to be a part of the solution.
Yeah, and the whole thing is, and like I said, I know Umar Johnson. He's careful not to offend certain people in the mainstream. You know, I think somebody really got to think he's gonna reach out to Jay-Z or whatever. You know.
No, I mean, honestly, brother, at the height of this, where he is very impressive, or at certain point, some of those people would have came through and already linked them because, you know, he's out there, you know, you're in the Breakfast Club, you're out there marketing yourself. So I would think that, you know, either people have or
those people, Jay-Z got all kinds of people trying to link with it. That's the problem. People remember people talking.
I'm not talking about everybody. I'm talking about at least somebody, something, because you're out there. The thing of it is, like people have stuff. I'm not out there with that level of marketing. I just have a small network, but you out there and you're on shows and you're doing certain things. And then one of the things I always hear him talk about, which is impressive, I gotta get that to him, as far as scholarship. You know, I'm not a scholar. I barely go out to do presentations. You know what I mean? But you know, I've done 1 or 2, but that's not my thing. And I respect the people who do that. But it's like talking about you get invitation all over the place. The most requested scholars, which is impressive. But it's like at the same time too, that's a whole lot of places, a whole lot of network. You know, just like what I know and building my business is based on going to the countries in Africa and connecting with people we're connecting with. And are they the toppest people? No, but to me, this doesn't have to always be that way. But it's like when you're somebody who have this ego and that connection, where is that? What are you getting?
He has to think about Umar was tragic.
That network should be bringing you everything that you need to build everything that you
think
need.
he's frustrated. He's frustrated because he's out there, right? He's undisputed, like the conscious king, whatever, like that. I give it to him. You know, he's the #1 requested person. He's always on stuff like that. His humor and everything.
Yeah, some of us actually have real jobs.
Yeah, some of us like that.
And real business and real responsibilities.
And I got a business to run and whatnot.
Other than go around and parade and show. I can't do those things, but I got.
Yeah, I can't.
You know?
debate with
See,
people.
these are some of the few things we do. You know,
But that's what he wants. He's like, some people like a lot of people default into the Pan-African conscious world, where you can't be the number one guy in the Nation of Islam. You can't be the number one guy in this. I got something that I could that nobody's really doing, so I'm gonna be number one at this. The Pan-African. The problem is, right, when you got people like me and you that really want to do real stuff and everything like that, and the conversation, like I asked the conversation last week, the other day, about why is nobody when they had the U.S. African conference, right? That could have been the first thing for him to start the ball rolling. Is if you guys want to talk about U.S. Africa thing, first thing should be removing those sanctions on Zimbabwe. He could have used his voice for that. He spoke about it many times, right? But he could have used it for that. But he just oh yeah, that's a big why. Because I don't think he has any real interest in building anything, seeing anything. Just like I said, I hope I'm wrong, but it's just
you always hope that you're wrong in these things. But we tell people that we're analyzing these things, and some of these people are not consistent in what they're saying, and it's not matching what they're doing or what's happening. And it is, I just want us to understand: stop worshiping these people like they're idols. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be one of those situations where, oh, I'm the top person. It ain't got nothing to do with that. Our people are struggling. You know what I'm saying? And wherever you can make some things happen, make it happen. And I tell people I'm from many places, live many places, and I'm in Ghana, do what we're doing. And people may turn around and criticize you. Why don't you go back here and do this? Some not measy type stuff, telling you where you need to go back and think, go back and what you should. Why don't you get yourself together?
We're gonna go where we need to go. And bottom line, we chose in Africa. We're building in America. Everybody giving up anything in America. And he asked the question, what's your opinion on African car production? Before we can have real car production, we don't have African car production. We have people who assemble cars. Like you can order a car, a whole bunch of kits. I know garages that could put a whole car together with the parts.
They have manufacturing in Ghana. They have their own vehicles.
Yeah, but there's a manufacturing. They're not assembling Ghana. Manufacturing means you got to have consistent power, water, steel, and everything. The steel press and everything, the parts and everything. That's made overseas, and they're assembling Ghana. Africa have been assembling cars for a generation now.
Yeah, I can't say that. So I'm trying to look it up to see what they do there. I've not been able to get to the plant.
Volkswagen had a plant in Lagos, Nigeria, back in the 60s.
Yeah, this is their own vehicle, also.
Yeah, but the parts, the main thing.
I don't know if they.
The parts.
Yeah, the parts, you're gonna bring the parts in and you put it together. But as far as the factory, like I've seen footage in factories where they're putting the vehicle.
Now, somebody who's about to build cars is Rwanda. Rwanda has really good, because they're making all the parts, the computer chips, and everything like that, and they're doing it. That's made in Rwanda. Like I said, EPCOM, right? If you have engineering, right? How much of the engineering is yours, right? The engineering of those cars are not engineered in Ghana. They're engineered by foreign companies who.
Yeah, I'm not saying I don't know that specifically. So if you know that, that's fine. I'm trying to find.
There's a procurement.
Before we continue, I'm just trying to make a clear point that I personally don't know where the vehicles are made, and I'm thinking that the vehicles are made here in Ghana because they have their stuff there. So I'm trying to find something to show, because I don't like to be involved in communicating about something that's not true. And later on, we find out that they have all their production there.
Well, I will tell you.
Things like that. So if you have concrete evidence, I'm fine with that. But I'm just telling people that are listening.
This is my observation, right?
All right.
How engineering and logistics work, right? Car companies like like Japan, Japan. Most of the Japanese parts, right, were manufactured in America and Britain, right? The first Japanese just assemble cars and everything like that. Then the Japanese, because Ford had plants over there in Japan and everything like that, they would produce tires and everything like that for the Japanese car market, right? Then post World War II, Japan said we need to set up our own auto industry. So they got the big ones was Nissan, Toyota, and Honda, right? And they said, okay, we're going to start making some of the parts. They started by making parts, right? Then they started making the pressing machine. We're pressing the car parts, the chassis, something like that. It's a pressing. It's a sheet of steel. And
So they have the full factory type to build every part.
20 years, right? Not only was Japan manufacturing its own parts, right? Everything from A to Z, right? When Japan's yen starts going high against the dollar, right? That means money was not leaving Japan, right? When Japan basically took over their own domestic market, right? Then in the 60s, Japan started exporting cars to the United States, fully cars. The first Datsuns didn't make it on American roads. Brought it back, right? And then they brought a Datsun that could go on the Japanese and American roads and whatnot. And the rest is history. Japan started exporting cars to the United States, setting up dealerships and everything like that. Then by the 1970s, you know what the Japanese started doing? They started making car parts inside the United States. You know, they started making car parts, selling to Ford, Chrysler, and stuff like this inside the United States. So there's a whole lot to making cars. You know, I've studied the industry, you know. And so,
yeah, so perfect. So that's where we as a people got to get involved and start building some of these factories like we talk about on African continents. So it seemed that is the nature of the day. So even if things are built there, the parts.
Now we get here, Bomani. Africa could do like Japan did. Let's say Africa is a giant son of Japan. You could build factory parts in every country in Africa, right? And then
yes, you could. That would make sense.
Parts, right? And then
that makes too much sense, though.
Yeah, it makes too much sense. Right? And I said this 20 years ago when I studied this, right? I said this back in the 90s when I studied this, right? And I said, look, what if you had this country produces this parts, this country produces this parts, right? And they all all these countries have shares in this African auto production, right? African Motor Company, right? And then certain countries be the places where they are assembled in the production line. You see what I mean? That's what's called logistics. That's what's called EPCOM. You know, all this stuff like that. Right now, Ghana and Nigeria should be one. The car companies should be one together, and then spread it all to different countries in Africa. Say we're gonna make all the parts on the African continent. But these countries are going by the Berlin Conference. Oh, I'm a Nigerian. I'm a Ghanaian. You know, I'm a Cameroonian. I'm a South African. Between South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana and Nigeria, Africa should have its own automobile production, 100% produced in Africa.
You're on point here, brother. So that's what we have to talk about. Put you on live, and that's where we have to educate people on how that these things can be accomplished, and then we can close. So give some great ideas, because that's obviously what needs to be done, right?
Exactly what needs to be done, you know?
Full-fledged of manufacturing across Africa.
Yeah, and everybody, and it would create jobs, opportunity, and then also the car dealerships to sell them. You know, you have dealerships and everything that's selling African cars. You can put tariffs on foreign cars, and you can stop dumping Mercedes-Benz and all the used cars in Africa, used parts and everything, because you have a parts industry is a big thing, you know? I have a lot of friends in the called AFC certified. You know, we certified auto mechanics, stuff like that. You know, auto mechanics and maintenance and stuff like that is another wave. Auto care, car care. Africa has that and everything, but you know, for the most part, they're mostly foreign companies. You know that do that, and they may hire local people and stuff like that. But we don't have our own African car care company. You know. And also foreign car companies, you know, that come in there and stuff like that. You know, everything's done offshore in Africa, you know. We have to have auto maintenance, auto care, auto everything, you know, everything to do with automobiles if we're going to keep driving cars. Now that Africa wants to build cars, right, and is thinking about doing that, suddenly the world says, you know something, cars are a problem. Let's switch to electric cars. You see what I mean? You know, and we're not smart enough to realize that they're basically throwing us a curve. You know, just when we're about to say, we got all the minerals, we got aluminum, we got all the stuff like material, we got rubber, we got everything to make cars affordable and cheap for everybody. And also the financing. We give people, instead of people paying cash, we can finance people cars. When you create a middle class, people could buy cars on credit. And so that will make Africa's economy grow to the level past the United States. If you could just do that. Produce what you consume what you produce. And build all domestically to 80% at least. Now there's gonna be parts and stuff like that you might have to keep importing and stuff like that. But you even then, when you have the parts you You create your own supply, logistic, and procurement system. But Africa is not on the same page like that. Bomani and Kala, thanks, Secretary. Thank you. Thanks. That's what we do. That's why we take this time every Tuesday, Saturday night to bring you the information. So people don't lose this despair. I don't want people to start losing hope. What's this? You got proof of what?
Yeah, I'm literally just like, why is this person always on the live? Like literally all the time. I mean, what did we do where sometimes I gotta keep up
This
with
person's
people.
supposed to be a white person trying to troll and
I have no, and that's the thing I tell people. We have no idea who is. It's like you and I are showing our face, but we,
But the thing is, that's what we have.
You can't. The people that you were watching, you don't know who's who. You don't know, like this person. They keep on talking about this ADOS invented all this stuff, and you guys deny the truth. What truth are we denying? I wish people can tell us. You obviously are not going to show your face, so at least come on and tell us what we're denying.
Yeah, freaking nonsense, nonsense. People
it doesn't matter what we say because people still just troll you. I think they just say they're just trolls.
And then when they thought they were going to knock us off course, we're going to give up, well, they'll give up after a while and whatnot and just see the light. I don't give a damn. I know ADOS.
Not in all this popularity contest. We only get about an average 500 views. I really don't care. I just appreciate all the people who.
But the message gets out there though.
Connect with us and who just see the titles as an energy of just pushing for us to just talk about focused subjects and not all this other foolishness chasing rich worshiping rich billionaires and people who call themselves King Kong consciousness or people who call themselves all these other things. And look where it's gotten us. I mean, it just make everyone just look at us as a joke, and that's why a lot of people don't take us serious. So
we don't have no infrastructure.
I'm trying to say he's talking about he's in that no one can match him and everything. People like myself look at a league of my own to where you just literally just separate yourself from all this foolishness because this is not even competing. This is this is not even solutions. It's like this guy. What do you think this is like? You know what I'm saying? Either Sean Carter. That's the funny thing about either. I'm the Sean Carter of this. I mean, I don't want to keep on bringing this up, but I think it's so funny, yo.
Yeah. What you call?
So hopefully somebody can really debate him and shut him down. But I'm not into those kind of things. If I find somebody else outside yourself, I'll really push for it. But it'll be straight entertainment. It may be fun. I'll pay some money to watch somebody smoking, but he's probably right about what he is, man. He's usually good at what he does. But brother, you and I said the same thing. You got to take that L, my black queen, and some guy. He called some guy my black queen. That was like, wow.
Lord, I didn't know. Lord, I didn't know. Dude, man, you can't be all like, he said, that dude said, that trainer said, I had his little wee doing. I know it when that's how nasty these motherfuckers are,
Yeah, that was so sick and disgusting. I'm like, we got children here.
You have to know who's going on. You're going with Cynthia G. She's a nasty.
No, she really looked like the tranny.
She looked like the tranny, man. I was like, he wanted to be on there so bad. Fox Soul, Biblical Fox.
People gonna be like, yo, y'all spared no one tonight.
Yeah. You going on Fox Soul, these man-hating channels. They called Prince Williams light-skinned. They said he's a real black man because he married Meghan Markle with 1% black blood in him. And he's real.
That was the great setup if I ever seen one. That was an ambush, yo.
They did that on purpose. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, brother. Last I remember when you're doing a show with people, you need to know who they are.
Who am I debating? Who's gonna be on here? I'm not
gonna they have to declare who they are.
Yeah.
It's like me doing a show with someone and they just telling me, I was like, yo, we talking about black power and manhood. We ain't talking about this other stuff. I was like, where you come from? I was like, you got the wrong person. Click.
Yeah, all this other kind of nonsense. And we don't.
Yeah, but he's talking about he's undefeated. You got to take that L, bro.
Dude, man, you got to hold Umar. You got to hold that L, bro. You got to hold that L, man. That would just, we let a lot of stuff.
I would say the Roland Martin one was another one, but they messed that one up. I blame it on them. I was like, if you really want to catch brother, you got to match him toe to toe, and you can't do this kind of foolishness. You got to because he's talking about scholarly debate and everything. So if you start going off, you done lost and things like that. So, and I mean, not saying going off even makes a difference, because sometimes you just have to go off on people, whether you're a battle rapper or whatever. But anyway, man, this is a joke, man. This is really comedy stuff, man, brother. Look what we're talking about. Guys who say they got all these degrees and all this education, sitting there debating each other about things we don't need to be debating about, because we have things we need to be talking about, the solutions
our ancestors
for our children outside of that school and other things. I mean, there's other projects out there and other things that we need to get ourselves into. Like, I talk about the focal point, the whole world of manufacturing. I was very impressed with what you explained about the growth of Japan and how they started manufacturing every one of their parts. And then, like, we see these things, and it's like that's a good point. We don't manufacture literally to nothing on the continent.
Well, check this out. Let me say this, right? In 1970s, the Liberia and Nigeria and these countries in West Africa brokered what we call the Lagos Plan of Action. The Lagos Plan of Action, right, was finalized in the 1979 OAU conference in Monrovia, Liberia. An event that was erased. It was about the landmark to bring the Monrovia group and the Lancaster group, Kwame Nkrumah people all together in a real Pan-African charter for the continent, right? The Lancaster Agreement was agreed there about Zimbabwe, Namibia independence. All the stuff was brokered. Liberia was a broker house for politics on the continent, right? And an African Development Bank was voted in, but it ended up going to Abidjan, Ivory Coast, right? All this stuff like that was in the pipeline for years. They didn't say one day. All these things were in the pipeline. The best minds got together, and the Lagos Plan of Action was Liberia, since it was producing so much iron ore and everything like that, was going to be the first steel producer, right? And all these countries in Africa will agree that that's going to be the place where they procure their steel from Liberia, And so therefore, the Lagos Plan of Action fell apart. The Monroe River Union fell apart. All these things collapsed on the African continent, wars, conflicts, and everything like that. That still is engulfing today. Instead of basically putting these plans back together and working together, the African Union is not doing that. The African Union is just nothing but a dictators club that people go there to protect their interests and everything, protect their names and everything, and nothing ever gets accomplished, anything as far as the African continent. They said they had an African free trade zone. Whatever happened with that? The problem with the African free trade zone is most of the logistics and the goods and trades are not owned by Black Africans. You could set up a company in Africa, right? And if you have an African free trade zone, you got access to markets without paying tariffs and everything, just because, let's say, your company is in Africa. Africa is not being defined by Black African empowerment and Black African infrastructure. So therefore, this is what we're talking about. And a lot of people hate this energy that we bring, because they want to basically make Africa like Jay-Z and Beyonce, A couple of people get rich and everything, and you see the highlights. You see it now. The African shows like the African Rich and Famous and all kinds of stupid stuff. How do they make their money? They make their money freaking helping Europeans rob the continent. That's how they got rich. Tell me I'm wrong. But you see this people living a lifestyle, they're in Dubai and everything. They got their weave on and everything like that and everything. So, So, what was this goofball, where's African American? I don't have no idea, It's goofy ADOS FBA clown his, and foolishness. Oh, yeah.
Brother, where did they get these people from, man?
I have no idea. But that's what. But
I mean, what are we doing to attract them?
this person right here, because let me guess. Search for Huru's off. Kaizura shows off. Off, and
so they basically go around YouTube the whole day and troll.
Is off and whatnot, So the only person on and whatnot. Oh, we got money in college. Let me go there and troll and so stupid shit, Now, this person shows up on every channel talking a bunch of stupid nonsense,
I mean, we know they can't be a computer. It has to be a real person minded. So this person literally spent a whole day trolling different people's channels.
Challenge with the freaking nonsense and everything, And
that stupid picture of themselves, Adolf.
Yeah, and that guy, he always
gospel and more.
He's always on Afro Dumbasses show, Afro Dumbass had a freaking white man, a whole ass Anglo-Saxon white man up there talking African issues. You know, I'm like, what the hell? And this is what passes with Pan-African discussion. You know,
Yeah,
this is
people like Afro Dumbass. I mean, that's what I'm saying. These YouTubers are fake out there. Every single person who out there that claim to be this person, that person, they get on there and y'all should be finding out where he's at and beat him down. He's just a disrespectful little punk.
He won't say.
He come from a struggling ass country with nothing going on, and just can't appreciate anything.
But he had a little bit more money than the average Gambian. He went to blood sucking blood diamonds in Sierra Leone. He brags about that and whatnot, that he comes from the elite. Let me tell you something, folks.
He said, "Look, it's my neck."
Check this out. You know, no, that's not knack. That's not knack, because I'd seen him on the thing at the same time. You know, which we call just because you're an elite in Africa, right? This is what the problem in Africa is. Let me tell you what it is, right? To my African brothers, I hope you listen to this, right? Africans, for the most part, look down on manual labor. They look down at stuff like that. Oh, you're a worker. You're nothing in Africa if you're a mechanic. That's not looked at as you got to have a white collar job or office job or something like that. That's why in Kenya, the biggest employer is the government. Everybody wants a government job and everything like that. That's sad in Africa. Nobody says, I want to be an engineer, I want to build this or construction and everything. Even if they can make more money, it's still more prestigious to have an office job and everything. But let me tell you something about America, right? America is blue collar country. We have many generations of black people, right, that worked in those factories, worked on the farm, worked in the steel mills, worked in the coal mine, everything, and produced a black middle class. So when you look down on people, right, you come to America, right, and you say, oh, I'm better than them because I got my degree. You know, understand that iron worker is making $40 to $50 an hour. That steel worker you see in Gary and stuff like that got money like you won't believe. You know, our garbage men in New York City make $120,000 a year. That's the difference between America and your country. So we come over here thinking just because you got a white collar job in Black America, and for the most part, just but the majority of us and white people are working class, hardworking people. You know, we work hard, we work jobs, we own small businesses, everything. We're a small business and thing. That's the majority of Black America. And there's corporations own everything else. Corporations own most of the stuff, but what's left in America is we have small mom and pop businesses. Small businesses, family owned, that's for generations, and most people work. Most people get a paycheck and they get raises, they get salaries, they get incentives, everything like that, and they got a 401k, they got a pension, they got retirement. That's the American way. That's the reality of America. So coming here acting like, oh, you guys are not doing this, you're not got to do that. You know, we don't have to. We're living in an industrialized country where you can get a job on a house, car, everything you want, and the savings and everything, and even buy a tour to go to Africa, whatnot, you know? That's the difference between America and Africa. So you come over here, show some respect. You know, I would love to see Africa where the plumbers and the carpenters and all these young people are making a living, a standard. They probably will never make what we make over here, but they should make a living. You know, a decent living. And that's the Africa we should be trying to be. Instead of like Afro Dumbass, you know, he told me, I pay people. You paying people $5 a month, you know? You know, you paying people $5 a month and you say you're paying somebody. That's not paying nobody. That's exploiting them. Well, I'm paying people and that. So you just look like you're just bigger than them and you're paying them and everything. And you hate the fact that when you come over here, you got people that aren't impressed by whatever little money you think you got. I should be better than you because I was the man in my country. Yeah, in your country, you probably are the man. You probably are the man. But you come over here, you're nobody. You're in our territory when you come over here. Yeah, plumbers and carpenters make good money. You got carpenters and plumbers making. I got the guy who did my windows on my house, man. This guy's making $500,000 a year. With their hands. These are the hands that built America.
Yeah, serious, man. And that's the best thing I could recommend for my brothers. Got there and learn these trades, you know, whether it's military, whether it's technical school, whether you just,
Right.
you know, working your way up on a job, get busy. You know, 18 to 21, no time of joking around. I mean, enjoy a little party and stuff, but you got to take your career serious, because when you get to our age, Kala, do you really want to be out there doing manual labor and some hard work and back-breaking work?
No. And if I was the
Or
man,
you just want to manage your operation?
you want to own your stuff and you want to be given the orders and whatnot, you know, and say it like this, you know, I got guys out there that I know that are roofers and some everything plumbers, you know. I remember when I first moved to Virginia, right? I had this one black guy, right? He was basically, you know, he remind me of, you know, I think of this guy, this my guy. He has a voice like Navigate. You know, he sounds just like Navigate. He was older back then, right? This is back in '91, right? I was working at a gas. He said, "Man,
there's another retard that Navigate. He has a twin brother."
This guy would, I swear to God, he sounds like, he goes, I try to hire some, you know, they with the, you know, they don't want to work with it. He goes, I make 400, this is 91. He says, I make $400,000 a year. That was 91.
Nice.
91. I got 400,000. You know, the white guys, whatnot, you know, I'm a journeyman plumber, whatnot. I try to get brothers to go and like that. You know, he probably worked them too hard, but I don't know. They don't want to work.
Now people just always trying to put our people down. I mean, it's,
yeah, that's what he was. He was just like
trying to get some brothers this and that.
he basically was going off on, yeah, see, a lot of young guys, they don't want to do nothing. He goes, I see you, I work at a gas station. He goes, I see you work, and you here every day, you work, everything like that. I like that about you. You know, you work and whatnot, you know, but some of these guys out here, they just want to don't come in and whatnot, you know.
Yeah, and we do have our good percentages like that. So I mean, but it seemed like, I guess the bad always outweigh the good when it's.
But back then, I could see that back then when I first came here, black people weren't getting no contract. He was probably one of the only blacks that got put on like that, right? Now you see brothers down
barriers getting paid.
You know what I love about Virginia, right? Over the former Senator Jim Webb did an article about the plight of black people in America, in Virginia. He says, if you Virginia will give you a felony. It won't be anything serious, right? It could be just a couple of car traffic. You get a felony. They take your whole life away from you. You can't get this job. You can't get this. You can't get a license for this and whatnot. They got rid of all that, you know. Now you got black people in Virginia, black men in Virginia getting contracting licenses, everything like that, because they removed it. All those barriers was meant to give white boys a head start over black people, you know. They keep giving you tickets, you know, and next thing you know, you can't pay the bill. You go out there and drive on a suspended license, you know. You seen that shit in Virginia. Drive on a suspended license. Next thing you know, license revoked. You still got to get out there and work and whatnot, you know. Blip, blip, cop pull you over. Your license revoked, you know. And they say, you know, and they'll say, next thing you know, you're going to jail. And now you got a felony. Now your life is fucked up. They ruined so many people's lives. And now in Virginia, if you owe fines, you can still get your license. You know, you cannot get your license suspended, you know, for failing to pay a traffic ticket in Virginia. I had clients of mine, man. This old guy, Skate, every time he used to go to Emporia, because he'd take me in different clients and I get new enrollments and everything. I make money and I pay him. I take him on the lunch and pay him right now.
Last you said Emporia, right? Emporia,
right? And also
like about an hour away from Virginia Beach.
An hour, about 2 hours. You know, about
2 hours away. Yeah, 2 hours. I definitely remember that place. Yeah,
that used to be a black city back in the day. It still is all black. But anyway, last time I saw Skate, right? The last time I saw him before it was Black Panther was out, right? We went to lunch and everything like that in South Hill because I went to go see some people, you know, right? And I rolled them. Anyway, about a year later, about 2021, we was all up there in Emporia. Elsa Skate comes out there with a big cowboy hat on. He had a white Grand Prix. I said, look at Skate. And he said, I like to work with y'all, but now I got my own car. Because the only time he ever got in the house was when we used to come up there with and take him around. He used to see all his friends and everything. That was a treat for him. And we give him money and we take him to lunch and everything. Now Skate's looking at, he's like, had a gold chain on. I said, yeah. I went and got my license back, man. You know, 15 years without a license, you know, because of the new law. Just like that changed so many people's lives, you know. But in the Deep South, it's still like that, you know. You got a felony or traffic or like that, they're still trying to hem you up. They done that on purpose. They gave you civil rights, and then they found ways how to trap you back into their system. You know, they try to trap you back in their system.
Yes, brother, entrapment, man. That's how the system be. So Yes, Kala. Yeah. Hopefully, you release some of your. This is like your
Of
therapy
course.
session.
I had this.
People probably label you like an angry black man, right?
I am an angry black man. I admit it. I am angry. I'm angry all the time. That's why I call you. And check us out. Like I have called like 4 people. Nobody answered the phone today, man. They're like, everybody's
Yeah,
like,
they trying to run from you.
Kala again, Kala again, I'm like, yo, man. I'm like, yo, Kala, you called me yesterday, man. What's up, man? Like, I just gotta say this on my mind and whatnot. I gotta get back into blogging, writing, again, so I can release some of
some of that stress, man.
Some of the stress and whatnot.
You can always roll you another one of them big blunts.
Yeah, no, come on, man. Cigars, man, cigars. Kala don't do blunts, man. My blunt days are over. My blunt days are over. So
the blunt days are over for a serious business. Yeah. I'm trying to this $8 person.
My auntie wants an African word for excitement before she retires. Wait. This is a white guy. That's definitely a white guy. Definitely a white guy. That's a definitely white guy. Black, even ADOS people don't even talk like that. That's a white guy or some mulatto.
ADOS people, the family. We spend too much time wasting in these folks. What I have for everyone, we have this incredible end of the year gathering, welcome dinner to New Year's party, and these are some of the highlights. This cultural dancing from all kind of this incredible entertainment. And literally, this is free. This is something that you paid us a ridiculous amount of money to go watch a great entertainment like this. So this is all shot live on Revolutionary Cameras. I just add more footage of our journey across Africa. So yes, Kala, I literally just shot a lot of entertainment, man. So
yep.
When you come to the library, these are some of the wonderful welcomes you get. You see people eating good.
Living it good, man. And then you want to invest. When you have a good time, you say, I want to buy a piece of this. I want to own a piece of Africa. And then you build your house or apartment, whatever like that. Open up a business, find people to connect with. And stuff like that, and the good food and excitement, the beaches and everything. A whole new energy, man. This is all revolution. This is a Pan-African movement, right? The real all the stuff like that. People said it couldn't be done, but we're doing it. Brother, people going to the continent, building, connecting. It's a beautiful thing. We're connecting with people, building and investing and stuff like that. And then, like I said, when this movement grows and it has momentum and stuff like that, numbers, then our major people are gonna start saying, "Yeah, what's going on over there? Let me get in on this and everything." When these countries in Africa start really, imagine if all these countries in Africa had the economics right, they could do, right. And they're offering billions and billions of dollars worth of contracts like the U.S. government does. You imagine African Americans and everybody, we wouldn't have to be doing a lot of stuff, struggling we do. We'd be going over there, oh, come on, man, we wouldn't have to be struggling like we are now, but it is what it is. Africa's in a lot of debt and stuff like that, and so this is the hand we were dealt with, but we're not going to sit there and say, let them figure out their own thing and blah, 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 focus on America. What's the focus on America? Just in Portsmouth, over the weekend, poor black community, right? People own their homes, everything. And you got older people talking about, look at this, man, gunshots and whatnot. People going through the neighborhood, shooting up houses and everything like that, terrorizing their own community. What do you need the Ku Klux Klan for? What do we need a Klan for? This is what the reality of our people have to deal with right now. So.
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like say, give me back racism, niggerism is killing me.
Yeah, sometimes you wish the Klan was back, shit.
No, I'm not saying the Klan, I'm just talking about general the ism as far as a system. The niggerism, racism.
Yeah, we're going through this shit right now, And so racism also has never changed, just transformed, right? Before it used to be the Klan and everybody mobbing us. Now it's black
Yeah,
people.
but it's something you can deal with when you come to niggers, and it catches you off guard.
It's all you internal.
And people become sneaky and just deadly. Like even look at what we were watching a little while ago. This, these people like literally just a competition. Like it's just.
Yeah, when black people start turning on each other and stuff. Yeah, I said that years ago. Remember, I said we're gonna end up everybody's gonna end up turning on each other. Jealousy, envy, negative.
Like that's how a lot of them fall out. They have these debates. That's why I tell people I ain't got time for the I don't got no time for them to be debating with you. I mean, because it just like sometimes people just like, how do you debate? I mean, 100% very unproductive. But it's like, how do you debate religion when I have my belief and you have your belief, or this social construct, or anything, even dealing with something that's like a social construct, and then
let me give you another debate.
How do you,
Remember we talked about that this afternoon, when people say we talked about healthcare and stuff like that, and some people say America got the worst healthcare system in the world. I think, dude.
Kala, you have to just clear this up, man. For this person,
I work in.
I don't wish nobody was bad, man. They can stay where they are and disappear. But the reality of it is, the modern day Klan is in your system. So sometimes you just go to your sheriff office, he may be right there. You go to your local grocery store, he may be checking you out. And they just found some different stuff. So they have evolved. So it's it's what it is. But as far as what they used to do, damn, no one wants to get that back. I mean, it's like that'll be a straight warfare. And but anyway,
well, now
another subject for that, man. But
evolved, right?
Sometimes people don't understand us.
You know why the Klan involved, right? There are people like this ADOS FBA person right here, right? The Klan involved where let me tell you something, right? This is how the Klan is, how dirty the low down the Klan and racists are. Yeah. They go on black chat rooms and stuff like that and pretend to be African Americans talking shit about black people in Nigeria. They'll pretend to be Nigeria, shit like that. I found out this group called Topics. That you remember that blog called Topics? That used to be
I think I see jobs out there like that where you can just go and just do crazy stuff like that. People actually pay people to do that. I can't believe it.
Yeah, they pay people to sit there and they'll be saying. Also, I had this one, right?
I mean, I be wondering, like, what does they come up?
Well, the bottom line is this. Check us out. People got money behind. People got money to spend. Let's start a conflict between black people. I mean, it was Topics. It's like back in 2000. Right? And also,
like some East Coast, West Coast beef.
Yeah, same thing. Check us out.
Never really existed.
I remember this one time. This one guy, Topics, like, I'm a Senegalese, and I was told never to talk to an African American. They're dirty, blah blah blah. And then somebody did some investigation and found some fat white guy, like 500 pounds, sitting in a freaking his basement, pretending to be a Senegalese African woman talking about black women in America. And the dudes would go down, you dumb African bitch, blah 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 blah, going back and forth. So somebody did an investigation, found out who this guy was, some fat white guy pretending to be an African girl, man. It was like, and so these trolls and shit like that is going on. And the bottom line is this: if white supremacy is so invincible, right? Then why does the white people keep trying to convince Africans that they're better and somebody Africans buy into it? If white supremacy used to be strong, they didn't give a damn if you're African, Caribbean, you're black, they were against you. Now they're like, okay, let me play this game, with Africans. Let me try to bring them in. They got a TV show called My Nigerian Wife, whatever like that. Some fat white guy with his Nigerian. And it is very anti-black America, So you black people, blah, 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 talking about black America. And black America, why is this show on? White people have evolved, right? Now they're not coming at us with niggas. Now they're coming at us a different sideways with a different way. They're trying to basically cause friction between black people in America. Black people in America are pretty much, many ways, pretty much more homogeneous and united. We're smarter than that, right? But a lot of persons in Africa don't understand what's going on. That if white people are showing you favor and everything, it's not for your own good. It's because they want the black people in America to shut up and say nothing and like that. That's why they're basically using more black British actors and everything, and African. They prefer non-black people from America in certain positions because they don't know how to deal with the history of slavery and everything, and that's what it is. So a lot of African immigrants and black immigrants benefit from that, And so now basically it's like white people telling black immigrants, you're going to be rewarded if you start saying more shit about us. But now there's like a backlash with Black America. You saw that even on like the Grammy, you saw that, you know, Burna Boy didn't win, whatever like that, you know, and stuff like that. And I tell people all the time, Afrobeats, instead of being weaponized against Black America, it should be like this: it's Afrobeats. We all love it and everything. It's another form of Black music. Let's enjoy it, right? But instead, Africans bought into this idea that we're gonna replace hip hop and everything. And I debated Dynas about this. You know, I said it's not gonna happen, bro. You know?
Whoa, is it, that debate got real serious like that?
Yeah,
break it down.
look at my Facebook page. Afrobeat's gonna take over. Dude, that's not gonna happen, man. That's not gonna. But Afrobeat's not gonna go nowhere until they like look K-pop. K-pop is big and everything. All because let me tell you something, folks. Let me say that I love Afrobeats. Shut up, this guy Afrobeats. Shut up, you know. Love Afrobeats, right? But let me tell you something how the real world works, right? The reason why there's K-pop is popular, and let's say rural China is not really popular music because people like Korea. Korea is a modern country, you know. They shot a scene in the Black Panther, original Black Panther. Korea is modern, everything like that, you know. Korean got these pretty boys and everything like that. It's a modern society and everything like that. Like with Japan. So what comes out of Korea is an what K-pop is an appreciation of Korea. It's not just Korea, you know. If you think K-pop could be popular from the Philippines, no. You know, it's not going to happen because look at the Philippines. So same thing with Africa, with Afrobeats, right? Afrobeats is big and everything, but it's not going to be embraced by the world until Africa comes up. You know, until it's a manifestation of, wow, look at Africa, man. Africa's industrialized. Africa's big. Africa's like that. And then their music is like, okay, you like that. But it's not going to ever, you're not going to have a continent that's struggling like this, right? And have all this conflict and everything, all this problems and everything, be the #1 music in the world. It's not going to happen. Black American music, because Black America is like basically the #1 Black people in the world. That's why our culture is everywhere. People embrace it. That's just the truth. You know, but instead of Afrobeats emerging and be part of the Black world, it's trying to separate. That's why Akon got in trouble, right? You know, well, Afrobeats, I see Afrobeats taking over. Like, you know, dude, man, you know, stop that stuff.
So Akon was pushing that. I got you now. I'm clear now.
Akon, a lot of people, you know, and Black people, we love Burna Boy. We love all these people, you know. We love Wizkid and all these other people. We love all these people, you know, and all these Afrobeats people, you know, and stuff like that. We love this music, you know. We love it. But when you start weaponizing that against Black America and stuff like that, saying we're taking on like reggae, Black America, we love reggae. It was part of our culture. We never thought it was another form of Black music. It's ours, you know. Same thing like you go here in Virginia and Chesapeake, right? You got all these Jamaican restaurants. Who's in there? Black people. You know, it becomes part of the Black experience. You know, and that's what we want to with or Nigerian restaurants, if they ever start making them around. We want to be a part of Black community. When you come over here, like we got this Nigerian restaurant and whatnot, and you think you're gonna just overpass us and get to the white community, it's not gonna happen. White people are not gonna spend their money in your restaurants or buy your music the way you think you is. You know. So people don't understand that, man. You know, people don't understand that. You know, you got to give Black America, African Americans some respect. You got to do it. You know, I know a lot of people in the Pan-African world are like, screw Black America and everything like that. A lot of this was just self-hate. You know, self-hate could be you trying to be a Black conservative, you being a Black communist, you being a Black Christian or Black, anything to get away from your Black, you being a so-called Aboriginal. It can also be you trying to be something you're not. You know, I'm African American. That's who I am. That's who I represent. That's what I'm proud of. Now, I can embrace some people say, Kala, you're basically a Liberian. I'm not a Liberian. You know, I love Liberia. My wife's Liberian. You know, I'm going to Liberia. You know, I love the country. But I'm African American. That's who I am. That's my identity. That's what I was born with. You know, and I got to rep that no matter what, good or bad. You know, good or bad, I got to rep that. I can embrace everything else. Like me, I love Japanese culture. I'm never going to be Japanese. You know, I love Chinese culture. I love Chinese martial arts. I study Chinese martial arts. I study yin and yang. I study Zen Buddhism. I study Taoism. I study all stuff like that, but I'm not Chinese. I'm still who I am, African American. I'm not gonna say, oh, we're Chinese now, I'm Japanese now. No, I'm not that. I studied it, I appreciate the culture. I appreciate, not appropriate. I say this is who I am. You got Negroes out there talking about the first samurai was black or not. We're really samurai. Nigga, shut up. Anything but get out of being black African. I'm African American of slave descent. My ancestors were brought here in the transatlantic slave trade. That's who I am. I own that. That's who I am. I'm not going to run from that. I tried to one time, and it comes right back to you got to be real with who you are. Until you're real with who you are, nothing's going to work out. So, anyway, brother, it's getting late, man. I got to get up in the morning, man. This has been a great show. I hope we educated people, gave them some hope and some insight and everything, So
always good. Yes, absolutely, man. Always empowering and encouraging our people to be productive, progressive, and stay away from these fake black idols and be about this, connecting with your real black people out there and supporting them. And, we can do this.
Yep. We can do this.
Yes, brother. So you actually, you're almost at 4 hours, so I'm going to end it right now, man. You take care.
Oh, no, hold on. Get it at 4 hours.
You're unbelievable.
Yeah, sometimes if you do 4 hours, it'll back it down to 3. I said, man, that was 4 hours. I saw it, and it'll say like 3 something and whatnot. I said, man, y'all cheating. YouTube is cheating us out of a couple of minutes and whatnot, So we have 4 hours, man. So that's good. So
Trevor Light, some RBG love.
Yeah. All right.
Appreciate the family. Appreciate your energy, support, your love. And let me put my going away banner. There we go.
And join the BAIO, Black African Infrastructure Organization. Download the app. I'm on Wednesday nights on DeVille Radio, www.devilleradio.com. The Voice of the Kala Nation radio show tomorrow night. Catch my brothers on Saturday night on DeVille Radio, the Show Butter Experience. You want to see some real hip hop and DJ and stuff like that, And so, so tomorrow night, folks, I'll be on DeVille Radio, www.devilleradio.com, or download the Gangsterville Radio app, on your app store. Listen to me at 11 o'clock Eastern time and everything like that. As you see it, you're going to hear the raw Kala Genesis, talking about the commentary of today, But anyway, folks, I'll see you later. Remember, African Americans, double A's, and Africa for Africans. Those are my signs.
That's just you throw them gang signs.
I always throw them gang signs and whatnot. It's dinosaurs. Kyle's ratchet, man. He throw them gang signs and whatnot,
That's what we do, family. Sorry, brother. Appreciate your energy. And family, thank you for joining us. And we will reconnect with you on another live stream. And for family, for those who want to connect with me, I'm always strolling my information down. So I'll look out for any texts, emails, phone calls, or you can just check out the website also. So good night, take care, and keep it strong.